Hello everyone, welcome to Old World. Back with another 2026 tournament game. We have a lovely game between the ThePurpleBullmoose and Magnus. Fun times all around. Let's tell our friends on Discord that we're playing. And yeah, let's get our chat set up. We should be set up. And we have an arid plateau map. Large seas, point symmetry. So quite a decent size on this type of map setup. Because there's 22 sites on this map. There's 11 on each side of the map. Lots of hill scrub terrain to open with, which is very taxing on early development. The Bullmoose chose Babylon, whereas Magnus chose Kush. So I'm going to be very intrigued by how these players navigate their initial setup, because this terrain is so harsh. I honestly think hill scrub terrain is arguably the most difficult terrain that one could open with. It's taxing on movement. It's also taxing on development, because all the scrub takes an extra 2 orders to clear when you're building something. And then if you're building on top of a hill, takes an extra turn. So you're talking about an extra 3 orders and 1 turn per improvement. So if you want to build a shrine, barracks, whatever else, right? There's so much scrub tile. Oh, and then the other thing about it, right, is since it's scrub, you're not even getting the best return on your investment, right? So really, really tough opening terrain for these players. And we did have Kush being picked for Magnus, a romantic. Both of our players are so romantic in this game. That's their unique trait. And, of course, you know, I was going to try and do a witty joke, but I don't have it in me. Okay, so we have a scholar, a romantic scholar, and a romantic builder. Builder versus scholar. Scholar Babylon Classic, Sages opening, and we got Divination as the first tech. That's pretty great. You know, so now that keeps us even with Kush, who starts with Divination. So we're one up on them. And let's take a peek. Oh, wow, we managed to get pretty far already with our unit, and we got a shield bearer. So interesting display here from the ThePurpleBullmoose that I already find fascinating. No effort on a worker for turn 1 or apparently 2. All effort on attempting to get out and find this camp seems to have paid off. Looks like he'll be clearing it before a unit spawns. So really nice adaptation to the terrain and the map there from the Moose. Bold play. But of course, the Babylonians, with their 20% growth, they can probably afford it. So yeah, really neat play from there. Let's take a peek at the wonders. We have the pyramids, ziggurat, hanging gardens, Yadalakaya, and great stupas. So fantastic layout for weak wonders. Ishtar Gate and Jebel are both in the game. Great there. Lighthouse probably won't be a factor. Mahavihara is still weird to me. Museum and Monumental Buddhist both in the game. And then to cap us off with the legendaries, we just have Circus Maximus and Viarecta. So no real reason for legendary culture pushing for wonders, but very, very strong early game assortment for our players. So that's going to be good news for the builder and good news for Kush, who starts with the ability to start making quarries right away. And yeah. So yeah, really big difference between both players right now. This slinger is already already dealing with a unit. So we will be able to kill this in 2 turns, and then I believe with Warden should be able to kill this pretty handily as well, and not die. So that's nice. In fact, he can get around this warrior when the Marauder advances, get himself in a forced march position. That'd actually be better, because then the warrior will not be able to come and attack. And I would really hope to see Magnus do this. So Magnus, if you're watching on the rewatch and you don't do this action, here's a little tip. I really would spend the orders here, force marching here. Delays your settling a little bit, but whatever. That's going to keep your clear tempo up. And it's also going to freeze this warrior in place. Oh no, we're backing up! Oh no! Okay, well, whatever. Can't win them all. Can't win them all. That seemed a bit unnecessary. You could have just done that in place, and the warrior would have taken the extra damage. So I'm not really sure what happened there. But, you know, here we are. Great game for a builder indeed. Yeah, I mean, let's get this quarry up and running right now. Or we can't because the orders yet, but we have our Shrine of Melul, which is great. So there's a little bit of an extra order there. Again, really harsh terrain. Lots and lots of scrub. Also, do I sound okay? Sorry, because I kind of threw my mic together today. So I might feel a little distant. But, yeah. Let's hop back on over to the moose and see that we have hunters in a great hunter location. Good news for Kush is that they also have access to hunters, so they can put hunters here eventually. Hoping we won't see hunters here. Honestly, in this situation with this terrain, I would absolutely do double landowners. Really going to want that extra growth. I sound like myself. Great. Fantastic. And the Hittites, yes, are perfect on... I sound a day older. Fantastic. Yep, time is ticking away for all of us, unfortunately. Indeed. But yeah, I think I would open landowners twice here. And get cooking that way. Then do hunters. Let's see what we do. Drum roll, please. Artisans also would be decent. Get the worker up and running. But don't do hunters here. Oh, actually, no, that's a double. Okay, yeah. It's a double camp. You could have done hunters here too, but I dig the artisans play. Personally, I would have done landowners. And the other reason why I would have done landowners is because double camp is a nice flex for landowners as well. Get those trappers up and running very quickly. That trapper up here, operational very quickly, would grab neighboring growth tiles as well. So yeah, personally, I would have landowners. But, you know, artisans are a thing too. Artisans is a good setup to get us to Zoroastrianism if we want to contest that. Alright, so now we can start cooking, and we're still going to clear this in time before it spawns another unit, so not the worst, but yeah, a little wacky, but not too bad, not too bad. Let's take a look at the known world for our players. Kush has chosen to scout directly north, has eyes on 5 city sites at the moment. And what am I doing? I want to stay on that menu. Then the Babylonians are in a similar position. They actually have not found the barbarian site off in this corner here. They can only see 3 sites at the moment, and they have settled one of them. Both players are 1 city settled currently. Let's take a look at settlers, and he's also coming out with a new settler to score that city site relatively quickly. And the Moose has cleared yet another site. So pretty good tempo from Moose here. Forgive me for a moment. I'm going to adjust my mic so it's going to sound awful while I do it. Why doesn't that want to do that for me? Alright, well, screw it. It sounds fine anyway. There we go. The Moose is loose indeed. Alright, one last adjustment. Bear with me. Sorry, I could probably always just mute the mic while I do this, but I didn't, so you're welcome. Okay, so yes, the Moose is loose indeed. Getting aristocracy next. Early aristocracy for the Babylonians. Gonna try and get that first law up and running. ASMR. Yeah, man. Fun fact, my mic is actually strapped to a broom handle right now because my mic arm broke and I haven't replaced it yet, so... But it works. Ironically, this broom handle has given me the best sound quality of the two other mic arms that I've had since trying to do regular casting on these games. So, I'm hesitant to even get a new mic stand, to be totally honest, because the broom handle's working out. It's working out nicely, which is really funny. All right, getting a Shrine of Armani next, which is really nice. Wonder what wonder will be iron. I feel like the pyramids is a solid grab because that's going to help us with Law Temple, but also it's going to get us an order for the pyramids, and if we plop it right down next to Amani, that's going to be an order for the Amani Shrine as well. So 2 orders from the pyramids is a pretty sweet deal. And I think if anyone's going to be able to grab the first wonder, it will indeed be the builder because of the discipline. He's making 100 gold per turn in Kush compared... Oh, 82 is not bad. 82 is not bad for Babylon. It's pretty nice. Getting military drill right away as well for the Babylonians. Very nice early aggressive grab, but also well-rounded grab. That's going to help him get up his order economy. That's going to help him get his science economy. And it's going to keep him safe. So early mill drill. This is going to be turn 18 mill drill. We'll see how quickly the barracks go up. But barracks up in Sage's cities will be very nice because you'll get the officers online quickly. And you're going to get extra science per officer. So there's a very nice science path in general, but also for any Sage family. Looks like we'll be settling shortly. This could be a great artisan's location. Could be a great Sage location. Yeah, I suspect we'll probably... I'll be curious what we'll build here. There's 4 marble in here, so I'd be inclined to run another Sage city, to be honest. Although, actually, no. 4 marble on an artisan seat would be gorgeous, because artisans get their buildings on so quickly, but they don't have strong civics output. So I would absolutely put artisans here. And then that city's just going to become a mega powerhouse. We did reroll Stone Boost. That's correct. Interesting. I wonder if he was searching specifically for mill drill, or he has sovereignty targeted. Honestly, he's talked about this already, so he's going to get his barracks up, right? And his officers online. And because they're going to be in Sage cities, his officers are going to be 3 science per. And then once he has sovereignty and, constitution up and running, he's going to have officers pumping out 4 science in his cities, in his Sage cities. So that is a pretty potent early combo. Bullmoose has talked about how he's a fan of... Oh, we're going Ziggurat first. Interesting. The Kush already have a wonder popping out. That's pretty nice. Good for them. And of course, they will have the advantage of having stone cutting. Moose did just get stone cutting, and as noted in chat, tossed the bonus stone. I'm going to take a look here and see if we got the bonus stone. I think we did get the bonus stone as the Kush. So interesting. So this is going to be 1 order already. It's also going to increase the econ, economic output of the Kush. And let's take a look at here again. We have Hanging Gardens, Pyramids, Yaz, and Stupa. All of these would be fantastic, to be honest. I think if I were to prioritize another one next, it would probably be... I mean, tough call between the Pyramids and Stupa, to be honest. Mostly because I love that legitimacy that comes from the Stupa and the civics output. It's great for Shrine Spam, the Ziggurat. Oh, that's a great call out there. I like the Ziggurat, but I don't think I like it as much as some other people like it. Not my favorite weak wonder, but it is potent. I just normally don't bother with it. However, yeah. If you're Kush, you're going to be building lots of shrines, which is lots of stones. So the Ziggurat in particular, I don't think I've ever really clocked that synergy specifically before. So good call out there. Really nice. And we're going to cap this off very quickly in just a few turns, which, you know, stacking builders is good, but can be a little costly. However, what I like about finishing this up early is that it's actually going to get us that order very quickly as well. And we are going for a force march, bringing our third city down. It is hunters, so this finally keeps us in parity with the... Oh, and actually what I find interesting right here is kind of why I thought this would have been a great landowner's location, right? Because we actually are building a trapper in Kandruka. So this would have been a much cheaper trapper if it were a landowner city, a much quicker one. But I also like the quarries coming down. We also workered. So it looks like we're going for a tall style greed play coming off Magnus. He worker first in Kandruka, which does make sense with a builder on the throne. He already has a second worker in Morel. He is finally building a slinger to keep clearing. He's built a wonder. So yeah, and he's focusing on quarries as well, I've noticed. And he has another shrine popping up north as well. Will be interesting to see if he tries to get Zorro early. Oh, and he finished a stonecutter as well. Yeah, this is fantastic. I love this. I love flexing the landowner bonus early, getting that extra citizen, getting them operational. It's certainly a playstyle that works. It's not the typical, you know, build as many settlers as possible playstyle, but I like it because now we have 4 extra growth in the city, or 2 extra growth, and 2 extra civics in the city with a little bit, and 2 extra science, right? So that's nice. Let's hop on over to Babylon and see what the Moose is doing. Moose is already at a whopping 31 science per turn. He did put another Sage City here. Fascinating. Still not a bad pick. But I would have been inclined to bring in Artisans. I'd be curious. I feel like Artisans is the pick here. There's some interesting coastal situation, but not enough to make traders worth it, I think. So he's going to have to make a decision here between... Well, I mean, I guess he's a scholar, so he doesn't have to. He's going straight for sovereignty. He's discarding the border boost. All right, so that's 2 bonus cards discarded. ThePurpleBullmoose is running a very focused game. He knows where he's going in the tech tree, and he wants nothing at all deviating from his path. Definitely don't hate that. Certainly a viable strategy. And, yeah, something to watch out for. Going to clear the Gaulish camp. 2 workers coming out. Another settler coming out. He has a settler on the way. Will this be enough? I think so. This might take a second, though. What are our promotions? Fierce and Shield Bearer? Yeah. I mean, that should be okay. Yeah, I don't know. He's going to get a kill. Then he's going to need to back off and heal. Oh, nice. Landing in the woods makes sense. Alright. Might take a second, but it's doable. And he'll have the settler to save the day. I think we have the free site, so this settler is going to go here. Great. He's doing fine. He's doing fine. 6 turns on sovereignty. And I guess in this situation, what we want to see happening is, if you're really going to hammer home this synergy, I suspect, I would not be surprised if these 2 workers immediately build a barracks. Skipping the stone, skipping the farm, the camps, and all that stuff, I would not be surprised if we see the ThePurpleBullmoose immediately start a barracks in both of these cities and then go for the econ, because that will allow him to start building officers by the time sovereignty is ready. Because it's going to be 2 more turns on the workers, and then we'll be 4 turns away from sovereignty by the time the workers come out, which allows us to build the barracks in 4 turns. So literally, we would be working on our officers by the time sovereignty is finished, and, you know, with enough civic output, we could theoretically have Constitution adopted by the time the officers are finished, which means they basically are now worth double science in our, in our Sage cities. So, yeah, going to be watching out for that. We're building a mine as well, which will help pay for those barracks. So, let's keep our eye out on that in a couple turns. I would not be surprised if we see... Oh, and we already have the pyramids coming down as well. Loving the wonder spam here for Magnus. This is already going to start putting ThePurpleBullmoose up on a clock here. He's definitely going to want to hope that he can leverage a science lead and a power lead into some type of mid-game aggression here, because this is 2 wonders now to the Kushites, and 2 pretty good ones in terms of long-term longevity. And this is now going to be 1, 2, 3 orders per turn just coming out of Moreau. If we can cap this off with the Stupa, man, oh man, is that going to be a great pull. I really hope Kush can cap this off with the Stupa, because that's all orders at that point. And then hopefully grab the Jebel, and that gives you every source of order from the wonders in the game at this point. Man, yeah. Stupa right here, and get those Pillar Edicts running out. Still also keeping up decent on clear time, which is nice. Not too far behind the Babylonians. In fact, Babylonians have... Actually, yeah, the Babylonians have turned their settler around. It's a bit unfortunate. They realize that this camp is going to take a little bit too long to clear. We have swapped to slingers next, and it looks like I was wrong. We did not go for barracks immediately. We're going for farms and stuff, and that's fine. I don't think it was necessarily the optimal choice to go directly for barracks. It was just something that I was wondering if Bullmoose would be doing, if that was a game plan of his. But improving your economy early is always really, really great. Yes, and that's correct. The Kush shrines get the half from the 50. That's a great call out. The Kushite shrines get the extra boost to the order from the wonder itself. So for every 2 wonders, that's an extra order for Moreau. So that's actually going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 wonders. Once this wonder finishes. So that's basically, what is it? That's basically, that's almost serfdom. Actually, if we factor in the legitimacy, this is what, 4 legitimacy per wonder as well? That is serfdom. That's 4.8 orders from these 2 wonders. That's an incredible synergy there. Really strong opening from Magnus here. Pretty good opening from the Bullmoose as well. Obviously, the science is going to be an issue. You know, that's going to be they're basically both putting each other on a clock here. That's money. What am I doing? I'm looking for science. There we go. Both kind of putting each other on a clock here. Purple Bullmoose already has 250 science invested in the tech tree, and I'm pretty sure that does not include the free tech from Sages. So it's even more than that. And the science rate is pretty much double that of Kush. So Kush has a clock ticking insofar as Bullmoose can hit a nice, potent early mid-game power spike that Kush will need to defend from. Conversely, there's a bit of a clock for Moose where he needs to aim for that power spike, and he needs it to be successful. If Kush is able to turtle up and defend itself, and of course, any unit in the Kushite Empire can build forts, so they certainly do have the potential to turtle. Yeah, if Moose can't turn the science advantage into a win, that's going to be bad news. I'm not really feeling the healing here. I mean, I guess whatever. It's whatever. He's going directly for the camp. I think I would have just killed this unit. I think you could have killed this unit in 1 turn and then started working on the camp, and that would have probably been better, because I don't think you would have needed to heal this guy. But whatever. Doesn't matter. It's going to work. He's doing fine. In fact, I'm thinking that Kush is going to end up on 4 cities before the Babylonians. No, the Babylonians already have 4 cities because they cycled back the settler. So this is 4 cities for Babylon. Just slightly up in tempo here because in a few turns, the Kushites will be gaining their 4th city. But obviously, in that time frame, they've also gained a couple wonders. Going for another stonecutter. Interesting. Interesting. Not seeming to bother himself with Zoroastrianism. But I think I like this because, first of all, that was super quick, right? Why not just spend 1 turn getting an extra 1 civic and 1 science immediately? And yeah, he's going right into it. apprentice acolyte. You could argue that both of those queues should have been apprentices acolytes, but I mean, whatever. He's going to get another citizen shortly, and we'll see if he actually loses out on Zoro timing. I don't think he's gonna. Yeah, I don't think he's going to, because Moose could build an acolyte here, but he doesn't have a shrine up anywhere else yet. So, and there's already 2 in the capital with a citizen coming on in 3 turns. So yeah, this is going to be really nice for science output. And that's one of the things I like about landowners. It's really hard to conceptualize them as a science city because it takes build-up. But think of this. In the time, this early, we're only 23 turns in the game. This city already is making an extra 3 science per turn. Where if we go over to our Babylonian friends, it's 8 science in the city. They're getting 2 science from centralization, 1 science from Babylonia, right? We're going to stop there. We're getting extra bonuses from archives and scholar, right? But if we look back on Moreau, 3.6 science, we're getting 3 science, which is basically the equivalent of the centralization bonus currently and the Babylonian unique bonus, or you know what I'm saying? So, again, I know we're getting more science from the Scholar Archive synergy, so that's obviously going to be better. But what I'm trying to point out here is the few specialists that we've added in Moreau is basically the equivalent of getting centralization very, very quickly. And so that's one of the ways I conceptualize that bonus sometimes for landowners is that, yeah, it's not as efficient long term as maybe grabbing that, saving your citizens for things like officers or whatever. Oh, we're already getting a civics boost as well. Whoops, hit my mic again. Sorry. So yeah, we're going to be very quick on the 4 law timing. So it does look like Kush is going to have to get themselves in a defensive position. We'll have an extra 800 civics. And then we need to decide where we're going next. So let's see if Bullmoose is giving us a hint. We could choose to go directly from monasticism. Or we could get iron working into labor force. And then that's 4 laws. Then we're ready to go. And we'll have a developing city to start producing unique units. We'll be a bit wood heavy on a very wood sparse map. So that's going to be another thing that lends itself to Kush in terms of trying to hang on and play defense. Because if Bullmoose does go all in for a very early 4 law timing attack specifically, which is going to be very wood heavy, either involving lots of chops or, lots of wood buying, and Kush is able to defend against that. What that will essentially mean is that it could be very taxing long term for the Purple Bullmoose economy. With peace with the Thracians, I'm wondering if that's the event that's going to cause them to tribally invade us, which, judging by the size of the Thracians, 5 sites, we probably will not want that. However, we're going to have to clear in that direction anyway. We're building a warrior next, so we have 3 units in Kush compared to 2 units in Babylon. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, and we did artisans up here, and we migrated a worker. Love that. And we're also bringing a worker over here and building the shrine. Love the migrated worker use from Magnus. Really cool, smooth economic play. This is going to help us get this shrine up. We brought the artisan worker over here to builder stack this shrine, which is pretty neat. And, of course, we migrated another worker from the seat up here so we can go directly into building a warrior. And since we already have good growth here, right, we're going to finish this farmer, and then our next worker is going to come out in 2 turns. So that's something I love to do myself when I have a solid worker spot. And, of course, we have a builder on the throne. Ooh, we are... What did we do here? We civic rushed a... This is wild. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Civic rushing, especially with the stupa on the table. We could get the stupa soon. Magnus, get the stupa. Complete the journey. Don't spend more civics. Is he going to do that? He better not. But that's another order. I guess. In fairness, that is another order coming off that tile. Just chill. Chill. Chill this worker here and build the stupa next turn. You know you want to. Or the Jebel? Get an early Jebel? I mean, we don't have the stone income for that yet. I guess Jebel would be more important, but we don't have the religion for Jebel yet. Granary coming up. Love to see that. Hopefully we see double granary soon. This looks like a very nice growing capital. Really emphasizing the growth here. Love to see the granary. I think too many players are way too cautious about building granaries early. They think, oh no, you know, my wood income. It's like, well, worry about that later. That's turn 50's problem. That's not turn 10's problem. Wood income is not turn 10's problem. All right, gotta catch up with chat. Yeah, both unique units are wood heavy. Museum would be a good grab. Oh yeah, the event, the ziggurat does spawn its events in competitive play. I don't have the outcomes memorized because I don't build it a lot, but yeah. And I agree also, Fluffy, that even the Hanging Gardens would be really nice grab. If Babylonia gets the Hanging Gardens, that'll be gross, because that'll be 40% growth in all cities. So I might be inclined as the Kush to try and get the Hanging Gardens away from Babylon, to be honest. But I would definitely focus on the Stupa or the Jebel first. And just, you know, if Babylon gets the gardens, then whatever, I suppose. But yes, would be great on this type of map. We did bring artisans. Fantastic location for artisans in terms of its mining bonus. We have 2 salts, a jade, and an iron that are all going to get a 20% boost. So hopefully that our Kushite player will identify that this is a great artisan spot as well. Also, though, I could see putting landowners here. And I know everyone wants to roll their eyes whenever I say that, but you have to think about the flexibility. You'd have the extra citizen if it's a landowner settler. You'd have the extra growth, which is always nice. And then you really speed up the time invested in these miners, which I think is so worth it. So yeah, it could go either way, but for Babylon, who does not have landowners, this is a fantastic artisan's location. And we did put the artisan seat back here, which is the same location that our Kushite friends have, and we opted to build a slinger. So now we're looking at 5 units in Babylon. And we got, oh, that's great. That's great. Early epics. Early epics on Bullmoose. Really solid grab there. Exploration gets all the cake and cheers these days, but look at these camps down here. We're looking at 2, 4, 6, 8, 150 culture waiting to get funneled into a city, right? So, depending on whether this culture lands, it will help one or both of these cities hit developing super quick. Which is fantastic. That's great. I love some of these map scripts really lend themselves to an early epics grab, and if anyone can pull that off, it's Babylon, who starts with rhetoric. So, I think the epics grab is cool, and we already have constitution and centralization. Yeah, so 43 signs per turn on turn 28, not at all bad for the Moose. Yeah, building a fort right here. I dig it. This is a very clever use of the Kushite ability. And if you guys want a fun trick, I need to do a boldest style video for you all where highlight an opening that could be fun. The Kushite orator. Let's talk about the synergies of that. Step 1, your Kushite pyramids are going to pay you back long term for your tribal buying. So it doesn't really matter if you're spending legitimacy on tribes, right? Because every city is going to get an extra 4 legitimacy. Tile swapping here, going to be interesting what we choose to do here. Probably a granary if I were to guess. So that's one thing about the synergy for a Kushite orator, right? Step 2, the tribal units that you hire can then build a fort. So what you can do with your scout is you can preemptively run around to all of the camps without declaring war. Yes, you toss a little bit more legitimacy by doing that. Hire one tribal, build a fort with the tribal, and then clear all of the camps while taking next to no damage and giving yourself the ability to heal afterwards. It's a pretty cheeky trick. And yeah, you get all your legitimacy back from your pyramids later on. So it's a pretty fun synergy there if anybody is curious to try that combo out. The Kushite Orator. Of course, we have a Kushite Builder, which is fantastic as well. Loving to see the double granaries here. Just for the sake of the food lightness of this map, I probably would have put this granary in this location and then given myself the opportunity to build a farm here and maybe a farm there. And then the third granary could go here and do a bit of a triangular buffing of all the farms. But yeah, very, very interesting. Very interesting. And a worker stack would double build the fort, I think. Pretty sure worker stacking does work for forts, but if any... Oh, and we have epics? We have epics for the Kushites, too! Oh, this is so cool! Great grab from both players. This is a really great map for epics, this layout. I really think it's a solid pick. And think of same thing, right? Think of up here. All of this culture, once we go to war with these Thracians, is just going to funnel into Dhaka. So there's no way this city's not getting... I mean, it's already going to get weak. Oh, sorry, develop in 20 turns because it's artisans. But man, yeah, this is going to speed that up dramatically. So nice to see epics getting a little bit of love from the players. Exploration scores way too much of the spotlight, and of course it's really great on river heavy maps, but really this map only has this one river situation. Oh no! Doom has come to the old world with a drought on an arid map. Let's see who ends up surviving the drought the most. Nope, they're both pretty much getting impacted the same. Minus 13 in Babylon and minus 14 in Kush. So technically Babylon... I don't know why, but I always have this thing. Whenever a drought hits, since it's global, I always want to ask my opponent what their food income is. Because for me, there's like a mini competition in my head of like who's better prepared for a drought in the event that it happens. Because these droughts can be pretty devastating. They're one of my favorite calamities. I think it's cool because... as a person who loves building granaries actually can help you survive a drought a little bit better. And I love the thematic, like, pull of that. The idea that it's like, well, no, I actually invested time in my nation to prepare, good food supplies and stuff and good, food generation. So the drought hits and yeah, maybe your economy's suffering. Maybe you have like negative 80 food, but I have at least plus 20. So screw you, And I understand some players get mad about the RNG aspect, but I actually really like the droughts. I think they're very cool. We also need to keep an eye out for any neighboring raids because this calamity can trigger an event that gives us an off-map raid, but it does not look like either of our nations have fallen victim to some hungry foreigners. Oh man, that's actually a funny phrase. Okay, so settler coming out of Moreau. Stacking a worker. Ooh, interesting trick, Fluffy Bunny. Stacking a worker with a military unit works for Kush forts, even regardless if they're the military builder leader or not. So if you bring a worker, I did not know that. I love it. I love learning. I love when I learn something new. I don't think I knew that. So if you bring a worker along with you while forting with units on like mountainsides or whatever, that will speed it up by a turn. Fascinating. 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 Okay, so let's look at economies. 100 stone now for the Kushites. Curious about the Babylonians. Only 31. Yeah, so that's the clock. It's so funny that they both have put each other on a bit of a timer. 46 science, getting our 4th law now. Epics is going to help these frontline cities zoom up to developing culture, right? And so that's going to be great for this 4-law timing because Kish and Eridu will both very rapidly be developing. We're building, we have a barracks. We can get our strongholds up and running shortly. So we're building a garrison. In Babylon, yeah. So in short order, we'll have at least 3 cities. No, 4, because we have the artisan cities back here. 4 cities with the potential to produce our unique unit. Toss in a couple of chopping sprees and a couple of civic rushers, and you have a very early, like, turn 40, turn 50 timing possibility available for the Moose. I think the saving grace here is that the invasion path into Kush is vast, right? If Kush can expand to this city site, this is a very nice defensible position, and then the only other path is rife with rough terrain. You'll need to, Babylon will need to road through this terrain if they want good transport. And then, of course, yeah, it just gives Kush a lot of nice time to prepare. So, I'm not sure how rapid a 6 strength timing attack will go, but with 52 science per turn on turn 32, I think that does open the door for 7 laws, and that's what we're seeing here. We're at navigation, citizenship, and monasticism pegged, so that's going to be 7 laws. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. That'll be 7 laws for the Moose. The ability to polytheism into divine rule for... so he's basically doing the 7 law push. I mean, it's a classic bread and butter strategy, and I know he's particularly fond of it. He does it with Greece, and you can do it with... well, pretty much you can do it with everybody, but I think the Sages nations probably do it the best if I were to guess off the top of my head, because of that just raw innate science push, and then combo it with a scholar. Sage nation, scholar ruler, the ability to cycle the deck as you see fit. Really some taunting, friendly taunting from ThePurpleBullmoose. He says, Kush sounds like a wonderful place. I really should come and visit. Now, oh, interesting. We're seeing the Yadalakaya being built from the Kushites. Not as much. I love that wonder. To be very clear, I love that wonder. But I really would have liked to see the stupa here. I'm feeling like the stupa isn't high on people's lists these days, and I'm not sure why. I think it's immensely powerful. It's 2 civics in every city and 2 legitimacy. It's basically a mini Kushite pyramid, and you're already Kush, so why wouldn't you want to double up on that? Need to back this guy up into the forest and replace the city site with this fella there. And yes, we're clearing, utilizing the fort. Love to see this mechanic operational. I don't think we've seen this enough. This is a really neat trick. The ability to preemptively build forts near... I honestly, I would have loved to see him take an opportunity to build one up here before he declared war on the Thracians. But of course, it's hard to split your attention between 2 sites, or maybe at least one in the general vicinity. But yeah, no, either way, neat trick. Cool to see Magnus pulling it off, and I think it's going to work out. All right, I don't get this reference, but I'm going to read it anyway. Magnus says it looks exactly like yours. It's like going from Cleveland to Clarksville, or maybe the other way around, but yeah. So what are we looking at? We're looking at 5 units in Kush versus 5 units in Babylon. So very similar tempo from both players. Different strengths being emphasized. We have the economic wonder spamming being emphasized in Kush, and we have hard science escalation being emphasized in Babylon. Now we see officers coming up. So yeah, this is going to be an officer that's going to have 1 extra science from Constitution, and then once he gets officers running up in Kish, that's going to be 2 extra science from the Sages and Constitution as well. So every officer is going to be either a 50% or 100% boost on their science output in Babylon, and that's just going to be gross to deal with. I'd love to see another hunter's location here. There is an elephant for it, and also it's your forward kind of defensive city. So I think this would be a great strategic location for the Babylonian hunters. And now we have a massive raid, 4 units. Coming up. Oh, it's 2 camps. 2 different camps have raided. That's cool. So they're going to head for Eridu, but that's very nice of the Vandals. They're bringing the culture to us And we will get developing in the city quite easily because of the generous cultural exchange from the Vandal raiding party. And we have some raids from the Numidians that we're dealing with. We have a settler. So what are we looking at? We're 5 cities to 4. Yeah, so we're just mostly hanging about 1 city behind in terms of tempo. Do we have another settler coming up just yet? No, we are building a treasury. Not sure how I feel about that. I think I would have rather just get... also, we did lose out on Zoroastrianism. That's unfortunate. It just got founded. I feel like we could have beaten Zoroastrian, our friends to Zoroastrianism. Maybe we don't care because we're Kush and we're going to do the whole divine rule thing. But instead of the treasury, I would have liked the minor. Expand those borders, get that income, get a little bit more science. But, you know, whatever, here we are. Borders have expanded. Curious what decisions we'll make with our workers in Kush now. Lots of options in Kuban. A granary would make sense, but also getting this iron up and running would make sense. Lots of interesting options in this city. In fact, I want to take a peek at worker output from both nations. Both nations have artisans, so they both started with 2 extra workers. Babylon already has 5 more workers to Kush's 3. And that tally is only workers produced. It does not... Whoa, this is a really nice border for this city. Hopefully we put landowners here, yes? Son of a... come on, man. I get grumpy when people pick landowners but then don't spread landowners around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sites and only 1 single landowner city. Especially because, like, if you want them to be happy with the opinion, right, you're going to have to bring in more. So this would actually be, I've talked about this already. This is a great landowner location. But I would have done landowners. That would give landowners 3 cities, which would give them the most, making them happy. Then I would clear this site and make this hunters for the sentinel bonus on my defensive region. And I would make this hunters, and then I'd probably just landowners everything else, to be honest, because I love landowners! Oh, man. That's funny. Yeah, I think the rush play could it's really going to come down to that classic give and take of a highly offensive strategy versus a strong defense. If Moose goes for 7-law timing, that can pay off huge. But if he can't win, if he gets locked into a stalemate against his opponent, that could come back to haunt him economically. He could bankrupt himself pretty easily and run up against a wall. So really, what Magnus's core strategic philosophy right now, honestly, and that might even involve stopping clearing. Like maybe you take this site up north and then you just piece out the tribal nation. Just deal with them later in the game or never at all, not at all. Because all of these orders being spent on the rest of this clearing might better be spent on stricter economic development, stricter defensive preparations for a potential turn 50, 60, or 70 strike. We do know that the Moose is capable of mustering a strong offensive around that turn 60 timing. So if Magnus is aware of that, then that's the kind of that's his clock that he's working with. And then Moose is up against the Wonder situation, which, and this is the thing that means that Kush can delay expansion if it comes to point taking in the end game. It doesn't really matter how many cities you have if you have all of the Wonders, because then let's say we hit towards the end of the game, stalemate type of thing, and we're trying to find our last couple points. Well, then you can come take out the remaining Thracians. And, pretty easy points. And if you want to be really cheeky, you can throw artisans everywhere to increase the culture output. Politics be damned. You just need fast culture. Yeah, Eridu is already going... Eridu and Kush are already going to be developing in culture. That's all thanks to epics. Most of this city site funneled into Kish, and Eridu is now taking the culture from this raid. So really, really strong showing from epics here. Can't stress enough how awesome I think that is. Ooh, we're grabbing machinery. Gross. Okay. That is a shift. Early machinery, early onagers can absolutely ruin somebody's game. We need to look at where Kush is going in the tech tree right now. Where is Kush going in the tech tree? Oh, awesome! Kush is going to onagers too. They also have their 7 laws tagged as well, or at least they have the poly into divine rule aspect of it tagged. But here's hoping, fingers crossed for Magnus, that their main priority is machinery. They're obviously going to be quite behind Babylon in that timing, but if we stick directly to this straight path and can get our onagers up in time, then that can create the standoff that Magnus will need to have this game go long, which will favor him, I believe. Also, Meroe is 13, soon to be less turns away from strong, and Babylon is 48 away from strong. So we will have 2 unique units of our own to field in the upcoming conflict. What should we grab here? I'm honestly I'm not normally in favor of an early drama, or I guess drama in general, but drama might actually be good here. Really ramp up that culture in the capital, really ramp up our ability to keep getting out more science. Navigation is an obvious grab as well. I think navigation, honestly, any of these, even Polis would be good because getting to forestry would make sense, and getting wood up on these, spare trees throughout the Empire. So anyone on one of these picks would make sense. Although, what's our pasture situation? I guess actually husbandry does. Oh, there's 2 horses. And chariots could always be. There's 3 horses. Yeah, so yeah, any of these technologies would make sense. I have no personal preference around each of these. I would probably pick one of the 4 science technologies, simply because we already have 25 orders per turn in Kush. We don't necessarily need navigation right now, and I really, really, really want to get to sovereignty. So I'm thinking one of the 4, husbandry, drama, or polis. And maybe drama because we have a massive stone income. But that might be a little bit overkill at this stage. Although it could get us the bonus settler too, which would save us a build queue. And potentially give us a cycle in the deck if we're still trying to get up to onagers. Little note from Magnus saying that this raid was not cool to destroy his 2 stone cutters. His 2 marble quarries that both do have stone cutters in them. That's a big annoying thing to deal with. And we went for husbandry. Okay, I can jive with that. We're going to get a little bit of extra orders from pastures, potentially Judaism if we want it, which is not bad. And then gives us a path to chariots if we feel like we need them. Could always be a surprise for the nations attacking you if you are a non-husbandry nation and you end up showing up into a fight with a bunch of chariots early on, because I feel like people kind of forget about chariots unless they're up against someone like Persia or the Hittites. Oh, they're still simultaneous, by the way. That's fine. I did this in one of my games. That's fine, though. Yeah, so developing culture. That's 4 developing culture cities in in Babylon, and going to be pretty easy to clear, these remaining camps, I think. So really nice tempo. Really, really nice tempo from the Moose. Still only 5 units, but I mean, that's pretty much all you need. Building our officers now. This is going to be, yeah, this is going to be a 4 science officer, which is just amazing. So we should be hitting a nice benchmark soon. I mean, we're already hitting a nice benchmark. 66 science on turn 40 is fantastic. But that will very likely, I think Moose is on track to pretty easily hit about 100 science per turn or more come turn 50, that's a game-winning progression, in my opinion. That's a solidly game-winning progression. You can use that to translate. Oh, Fluffy's saying no reason not to be simultaneous. Well, I mean, yeah, I suppose so. It does save the headache of switching. And, ooh, and we got the Hanging Gardens, too! Yes! Still no Stupa! Alright. But we did get the Hanging Gardens. Massive, massive Wonder Spam out of Kush. So, really what we need to just make sure is... Honestly, I like the Husbandry Grab, too, because if we do get Chariots, that would come in handy for, Onager Spam. PBM switched from Machinery into Phalanx. Interesting. Probably staying on the 7 Law thing. Well, that's great. Oh, man, that's great news for Kush. Now he's less on a clock there, so... Interesting. So, interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's really good news for the Kush. Getting early onagers coming in your direction is not something that you want to see in any game. Even though, again, this terrain is not necessarily conducive to an early timing attack, to be totally honest. You will be surprised sometimes, because, again, roads would solve all this problem. A quick worker chain, and this is all resolved. I really am hoping that the Kush can secure this Numidian camp, because only because it's very defensible, and the worst possible thing that could happen is if Babylon finds a way to get across this bay. I mean, there is a path here, but I mean, they decide to expend the effort and actually settles this site, because then they can get coastal transport all the way to a quick path to your core. And I think I'd rather have my battlefield be right here. Also, coastal buying in general could be huge on this map, so you need to be mindful of that. I really do think, I wonder rather. Also, think about it from a perspective of these raids would keep funneling culture to you. So I'm really not even sure that Kush needs to do much clearing. Hard to figure out what the benefit of that would be. I mean, we know clearing is valuable and build queues are valuable, but if we're talking there's 11 sites on each side. So if we're talking, let's say we don't clear these 3 sites. If we're talking, what is that, 8 sites to 11, that's not an insurmountable difference. And as long as you're taking those orders that you were using to clear all of this nonsense and translating it into economic gains that your opponent hasn't seen in that same time frame, then it can relatively even itself out. Nice. Building a road network up. Way more people than I ever would have expected use this auto road feature. That blows my mind. I'm seeing this in so many games, and I had no idea that people use the auto road feature so often. I don't automate anything. Which, I mean... Oh, and we're building an early bioream. This is bad news for the Kush. Dominance on this sea. Dominance route across... the ability to pressure this camp is exactly what I was talking about. We do not want to see for the Kush. Also, nice opportunity to harvest some fish, which is a science boost. Pretty reliable science boost for those who venture into the ocean with either exploration or a ship. Honestly, all of this clearing could help us get to strong pretty quickly, too. Oh, we put hunters up here, too. What the hell? Oh. Yeah, Magnus, you're killing me here. But I mean, landowners are happy as a clam. So I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I guess he wants all the training and the sentinel output. So can't fault him for that. The landowners are happy enough. You know, so you get plenty of legitimacy from wonder spamming. In fact, come to think of it, look, plus 60 for wonders in our territory versus minus 80 for fewest cities, which is the landowner's penalty. So that's a great way to counterbalance the penalty. One more wonder, and you will be completely wash away the opinion penalty from minimizing landowners by putting tons and tons of wonders into the city. So, I mean, that's one way to do it. Kudos to Magnus. And that does, in fact, yeah, allow him to spam his hunter family. So, cool. Cool. Love to see it. Really hoping we see the sovereignty grab next. That will be 4th law. Babylon has 5 laws. Yeah, so I think sovereignty is the correct grab here. 56 science for Magnus. That's really nice. We're only 20 science behind the Babylonians, so that's pretty decent pace. This, I think, is a great example of talking benchmarks, right? Like, we don't need to have the 70 science that Babylon has, but we do need to make sure that we're scaling appropriately, which is another reason why I want to see sovereignty get grabbed and constitution get enacted so we can start filling in that gap. But if we look at the science graph, yeah, we have, oh man, we're nearly twice the science behind from Babylon. So that's another reason why we really need to ramp up science. We just gained another 3 science, probably from adding a governor, so that's really nice. And sovereignty actually dropped from 4 turns to 3, so fantastic to see. Love the migrated worker here, getting out the mine. That's a top priority, so rather, whatever, it doesn't matter that you lose the order here, as long as this tile comes online quicker. However, a tip for those of you who like to do this stuff, this worker was somewhere up here, and this worker can move all the way down here, right? A fun way to micro that is you could take this worker off the wonder and build the mine, saving you that turn, right? And then you could have taken this worker and put it on the wonder, and since the wonder was already started, you're not going to lose a turn from the production. So if you ever have off-type workers roaming around doing some like cross-family building, they're the perfect person to put on a wonder after the wonder has started, because there's basically no penalty for that. So that's another thing you can think about. But either way, nonetheless, nice to see the iron mine coming online. And we have a Kushite pyramid coming online as well at last, as well as an apprentice acolyte. So more science. 59 science now in the Kushite Empire compared to 76. So really closing that gap. And again, even just closing the gap is enough. Because yes, we know that there's an extra 800 science or so in the Babylonian tech tree. But if you can catch up to them in science and keep that gap solidly closed, where both empires are sitting on 80 science, 90 science, 120 science, you scale correctly, that's still not the end of the world, because that 800 that science only translates to about anywhere from 3 to 4 technologies, give or take. And that's not an insurmountable lead when you're playing from behind, especially if you're going to be the person playing on defense, right? Because it's easier to defend than it is to attack. So all Kush really needs to do is quickly match the rate of science output from Babylon and then stay matched. Of course, it will be a tricky proposition with, these specialists coming out that are now worth 4 science for the Babylonians, but it's doable. And we do now see 3 turns on machinery coming out, which is gross. And 2 Akkadian archers already being constructed. Really, really nice output from Babylon. Really smooth timing. Bullmoose is one of the players to check out if you want to try and glean some tips. I guess I've been focusing a lot on Magnus in this particular game. But you can always watch Bullmoose. I'm pretty sure he's going to make a video of this anyway. He did it in his Scholar one. I didn't check it out because I watched the game. Not his Scholar, his Greece one, but I watched the game where he used the strategy, so I didn't bother checking out the video. Yeah. All right. All right. Let's. I want to look back on Kush. See where we're at. Mill drill. Definitely want mill drill now. Everything's fine. Magnus is fine. What are you talking about? He has 5 wonders. Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, because it's still your turn. Yeah, his skip. Yeah. This is the exact same type of thing that we want to avoid, especially in the event. It's so annoying. We've had tons of hiccups, especially in the last tournament, but also it can happen in regular duels, practice matches, where that transition point between simultaneous to tight can cause big hiccups, and that can always be annoying. And the last thing that you want is for that to happen just as a player is trying to plan an early attack or plan an aggressive, opportunistic moment, because then it begs the question of like, well, who moves first and who ran out of orders by the time the tight thing changed over, or like if I'm the person who's trying to take an attack of opportunity, it feels like, oh, by telling you I want to swap to tight, that warns you that I'm about to do something to you, which was going to change what you're going to do. It's a big blah, blah, blah. It's manageable. It's not the end of the world, but that's one of the reasons why we've decided to just have the tight timer happen automatically. Maybe 5 turns is a little bit too quick on some of these maps, rather, but better safe than sorry, so you don't have people accidentally running out of orders. Great. So, there we go. There we go. And yeah, so now the next camp that Moose tries to clear will funnel culture into a cod, which will get a cod developing pretty handily as well. It's really, really nice. Aaron says, I think Moose needs forestry if he's going to go for the 7 laws. Only, only if he doesn't immediately kill Kush. Deposit. All right. Yeah, and see, that's the confusing thing, because you think when the turnstile gets switched over mid-turn, it swaps to whoever was like the first player until they end their turn, right? So what it can feel like if you are the second player, i.e. the non-host, it can feel like your turn got interrupted, right? And then your turn comes back over to you, and you're like, wait, where did all my orders go? Or how come this guy attacked when, I already attacked, and his attack didn't refresh? But what really happened was turn 44 for the second player was essentially paused, right? It was interrupted in order for us to switch to the tight turnstile. And that interruption can... be difficult to process. But I assure you, Magnus, on the rewatch, everything went fine. You didn't lose any orders. It might have been a little jarring and maybe messed up your tempo a little bit for that round, but everything worked the way it was supposed. You haven't left. You didn't lose a turn. You didn't lose orders. Short of maybe like misclicking a citizen or something like that. And that's normally the other thing that can be an issue with changing the mid-turn, right? Is that it swaps to tight. It goes back to the first player, and then you can have the second player be like, all right, well, I can only move civilians, so I guess I'll move all my civilians, and then the turn comes back to them, and now they're out of orders because they didn't realize they were getting their turn back. So yeah, very, very easy to be confused by the process, which is one of the reasons why we just didn't even make it a thing that people need to worry about. We just have it automatically turn over as quickly as can. And you can set that in the settings, by the way. You can make the game automatically transition to tight at whatever turn you want it to. We just didn't look like that setting was enabled for the moose here. Building lots of treasuries in Babylon. Going to get that extra culture. More barracks coming up. Solid economies from both players. In the green, everything except for wood for the Babylonians. That's going to change rapidly with a ship and 2 Akkadians coming out, though. And for the Kushites, we need metal. So hopefully the Kush won't forget about metal at some point. We are now in a schemer ruler for the Kushites, by the way. Didn't call that out when the builder died. But we do have a schemer, a very nice 8 wisdom schemer, generating 20 science per turn for the kingdom. 12 from himself, and about 9 from the capital. So really nice output from this ruler. Really, really nice output from the ruler. We are exactly 3 turns away from strong in the capital as well. So after military drill, and I'm nice to see the mill drill grab, by the way, from Kush, because that's what we wanted. We should be able to get a bonus unique unit. See, this is what's interesting to me. We're building a 9-turn settler here. And I'm not really vibing with that, because I feel like if you're going to do this all-in timing attack thing, wouldn't we rather have this be... Did we not get machinery again? What is with the moose putting like 1 turn into machinery and then dipping off? We have to have a conversation about that, because I think he's done that twice now, where he's put in, not even bother. Oh, you know what it is? He's probably cycling the deck. That's what it is. He's cycling the deck, not getting the roll he wants. So in that situation, you still need to put 1 turn into a technology. He's picking machinery, since that's a high-value tech where he's going at anyway. And then after the 1 turn, he's cycling the deck again. I figured it out, Moose. Good job. I get it. That's a great way to use a scholar, and that's something that many people can forget. They think they only get 1 reroll per hand or whatever, but no, it's 1 reroll per turn. So if you reroll the hand and you don't get a draw that you like, just put 1 turn into any of the technologies on that hand, and then on your next turn, you can recycle it. So that's exactly what Moose is doing. And he could very well be doing that with drama right now as well. In fact, yes, because when we hop back, yes! Moose! With the peak scholar cycling. That was the drama thing as well. Because we have drama probably, I don't know, we're going somewhere. Architecture, maybe? Or no, we just want drama, I guess. Maybe free settler. But anyway, yeah, no, we cycled. See, now, because we can see the same thing. Machinery's back in our hand, but we're going for citizenship, right? So we put the 1 turn in the drama, and now we've cycled to citizenship. So that's what it is. That's what it is. He's using 1 turn dips into his deviations in order to cycle the deck on the next hand and keep him on his path. Brilliant, brilliant execution of the fine-tuned nature of the scholarship. Sorry, not the scholarship. The scholar cycling ability. Nice play there from Moose. Nice play there from Moose. 2 more settlers, so it does look like he's wanting to clear his whole side of the map. Looks like Kush is feeling the same thing. A little bit behind in tempo. Although, actually, 6... what an ambition. I'm seeing 2 completed. And let's see. Cool. Clear, yeah, clear vegetation. He's got 2 ambitions completed, and he has none failed. So I think he's fine. Going for an Elder Acolyte here. Oh, back to a worker. Okay. Trapper. Like that. That's going to be an extra order. In fact, let's look at order economy. I feel like Kush is... Oh, wow. Good job, Moose. This is navigation, though. I don't believe that the Kushites have navigation, but they are getting Constitution for a little bit more science, and that will be their 4th law. So they'll get their citadels, not their citadels, their strongholds up. Let's do a culture count for the Kush. 1, 2, 3 cities with the culture they need to get strongholds versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cities for the Babylonians. Not too bad. A ship coming out in 4 turns. Really gonna suck when Babylon comes and takes this Numidian site from the Kush. This, to me, is peak priority. I would have prioritized this way more than coming up north, because I do not want... Because even if Babylon came up north and started invading across the sea, I would rather this be a front, you know, my frontier cities being a front against a Babylon that managed to cross the map or whatever, than having a Babylon parked right outside my core. Because losing a battle up here... I mean, I guess if you lose the battle in general, you usually lose the game. Not always. But I definitely don't want that to take that risk right outside of my core. And also, this is such a defendable position, too. And it's gonna be really shitty if that goes to Babylon. Although, that said, a couple of onagers up on these hills would still be brutal for the Babylonians to deal with, and we will have Sentinel. I suspect we'll see Sentinel versus Sentinel if Babylon does secure this city site. Really cooking up north, though, with the clearing now. And so much more culture that's going to funnel into these cities with epics. We're still on epics, right? Yep. And we went tyranny! I don't know why we went tyranny. In fact, let's look at the science difference now. 77 to 64. That would be 68 to 77. Would be only 10 science behind. I feel like tyranny would have been the better grab there. Two turns to citizenship for the Moose. That's going to be 6th law. And then we will just need monasticism. 6th law. And when we get monasticism, we can do 1 turn of polytheism, build a shrine in every city that doesn't have one, and then just swap ourselves back to monasticism. And have a great day. Some notes from Bullmoose. Road. Trying to remind himself to build some roads, get his connected status up. Pretty sure we already have connected status for the Kushites. We're getting there, right? Yep, we're getting there. We'll be there probably about next turn, which is nice. And, oh, well, I guess a couple turns, because this guy has to finish. But we can do road, and then have this guy build a road, and that'll get us set up. Or we could just build 1 road here. I think we're missing that. If you just build 1 road here, this whole network gets set up. Although it's still probably nice to have a road coming up north. But I really feel like Magnus is going to... I think this western section is going to be a weak point for Magnus. I think Magnus isn't doing enough to send a network out here, to send units out here. And I think he's not clocking how valuable of a defensive city that this is going to be. Hopefully, if Magnus does some scouting in this direction, he will become aware of the risk associated with everything. Ooh, tough grab here. Massive border boost versus Magi archers and monasticism. So we're going to have to make a decision if we want to keep pushing on to our goal or get the Magi's. And I think just for the situation of us being defensively oriented, we probably actually do want the Medjays. Because if for as best we know, knowing Moose's capabilities, Moose could be only 10 turns away from a timing attack. We want to make sure we have some real firepower to deal with that. Although, the strategic capabilities of this border boost is heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. That's a tough decision for Magnus. I do not envy the decision he needs to make. Magnus lost a unit. ThePurpleBullmoose is currently weaker. That's going to change in a moment. That could bait Magnus into not taking the Medjay Archer, but I think that would be a mistake. Is Magnus aware of the Numidian site? Well, he did get raided, but I suppose that's a good question. Magnus is, in fact, aware of the Numidian site. This is the world according to Magnus, and this is the world according to Bullmoose. Yeah, so he's aware. Politics in Kush is just humming along. How's the political situation in Babylon? Babylon's not too bad. One pleased, one close to friendly, one upset. But way better. Two very, very friendly nations, families in Kush, and one pleased. So that's not too bad at all. And we will have a new family settled here, which, good lord, what are we going to pick? Ironically, we don't really even need to do landowners, because we're making everything up with the opinion from, oh, is this going to be a militia building a fort? Oh, love it. Love it. How great is that? Militias building forts. Great. Okay, now, this is step one. Great thinking, Magnus. This is step one. Step two, however, is... Actually, honestly, this should have been step one. But this is also super important. Sorry for shaking the screen like an earthquake, but it's so important. Do not forget this site. Don't park your entire military up north and then let Babylon in 3 years with a ship and slingers. Do not let Babylon settle here, because you'll see the border pop. You'll see the border come. Come on. Let's go, Magnus. Get to the coast. This is great. You should be doing this, but please get to the coast. You have 2 points of defense that you need to worry about. You secured one excellently. Great. But you need... Hopefully this raid will remind Magnus that he has business over here. Oh, nice. And hopefully this raid will slow down Moose. Gonna send more culture. How nice of the Vandals to send culture to the Babylonians, right? They come bearing books. Books and poetry for the Babylonians from the Vandal populace. How lovely. Great for them. Magnus is using time extensions, notices Fluffy Bunny. Good to see. Hopefully he doesn't run out of time when he actually needs it. In fact, are we... Turn timer is slow. All right, just double checking on that, since we missed the Huns earlier, and we also missed the simultaneous thing. So, Medjay versus Border Boost. He had the note. Magnus had the note down here. Medjay versus Border Boost. Yes, that is indeed absolutely heartbreaking. My heart goes out to you, Magnus. You poor, poor man. Stronghold coming out, great. Medjay's in 2 turns, great. Warrior migrating downwards, which hopefully means we're going towards this camp. And are we gonna get... What are we getting? What are we buying? What are we building? What are we doing? Also, I don't know that I called it out, but ThePurpleBullmoose up here had a note saying, build the Ishtar Gate if Magnus doesn't grab it. I actually think that would be a decent grab for him to make up with for more culture. I still would like to see the stupa, but we'll see. We'll see what decision gets made down here, if any. 15 orders left for the Kushites. And yeah, I can't stress enough, both of these players are crushing it on the order front. Well over 30, or over 30 orders per turn by the turn 40s is just solid. Solid, solid, solid. Don't dislike the miner in this situation. Going to be more gold, going to be more income, a little bit more training, a little quicker science. It looks like we decided not to get the miner in this situation. I actually don't hate the miner. Yeah, there we go. Because this is going to be a net of 1.8 science, so that's not too bad at all. Alcaraz says, Border Boost is great, but it doesn't help you if you're dead. Yes, no. Unfortunately, Medjay Archer is the correct choice here, but it always hurts to have to... That would have been an amazing Border Boost. It really, really would have. So it always hurts to discard. I'm fine discarding border boosts, but these late game border boosts where you can just expand and fill in the gaps of so many different aspects of your empire, like this whole gap would have been filled, this gap would have been filled, we would have grabbed all this territory. That just makes it easier to spam mines and quarries and all these, kind of rural things that we need. And yeah, always heartbreaking to have to toss that away. But it certainly was the correct decision, I think. He needs some firepower in the event the Babylonians come say hello early. Speaking of Babylon, let's take a peek back at what's happening there. It does look like Moose is staging to deal with this raid. Byreme in 1 turn. It's moments like this where I always struggle to decide if I should be cheeky and go for an early scholarship. But no, Moose is staying on point, staying on task, cycling. He's not doing drama on purpose. He's doing a drama because it's the best alternative he has in the moment. And that's what we saw earlier, him sinking just 1 turn into it. And then monasticism will come up next in the draw pile. So he will be exactly at 7 laws in approximately... Let's do some very crappy math. In approximately 5-ish turns. We hit 7 laws in about 5 turns, so that's going to be a turn 54. 7 law timing. Now, that's all well and good. Where do we have strong culture? Our closest is 15 turns away. So it's still going to be about turn 60. Before we can get a spike for 7 laws. So that's a bit of the hiccup that you face with the 7 law timing in particular, is that you need to have all your ducks in a row, where it doesn't matter if you get all the laws in 50 turns or all the technologies in 50 turns if you don't have the civics. It doesn't matter if you have all the civics if you don't have the culture. And then honestly, it doesn't really matter if you have the civics, culture, and the technologies. If you don't really have the economy for it, or the training for it. But I do think Bullmoose has done a decent job of getting some training infrastructure up. Probably would like to see more officers here, to be honest. Yeah, 8-turn Acadians isn't the best, but we'll see if it pays off. Very, very cool strategy nonetheless. Certainly a sound one that does make sense, and a well-practiced one. We are getting our road networks up and running. It does seem that both players are missing the fact that this is a much easier connected road than this location, which I find fascinating. You really, if you're just aiming for connection specifically, you literally just need 2 roads here rather than the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 roads or 8 roads that you would need here. Now, that said, that doesn't necessarily mean that this isn't a bad road path, but I wonder how much different it would be taking a unit down this road across the water to this central area as opposed to across the land. So this might actually be, for both players, mind you, a waste of roading. I feel like it might not have been necessary. But, alas, here we are. Okay, clearing some units here. Raiders coming down here. Really want these raiders to remind Magnus to take this damn site. Byreme coming out next turn for Moose, which is going to create a lot of pressure on that location. And in fact, with the Byreme, it will even be easier for Moose to take this site than Magnus, because Magnus is going to have to kill everything on these tiles to get to this location to be able to actually occupy the site. But the Mages will put in some work. So hopefully the Mages will come out of Moreau and we'll see them go directly west to the coast. If the Mages go north, that will be our official confirmation as an audience that Magnus does not have this strategic value of this site on his radar. What did we settle up north? We settled another Hunters. Jesus Christ. So one caution about doing that so much is that now all of the discontent levels, this is how many cities? 4 cities, are all funneling into one family. Which is fine, I guess, but can be tricky on the opinion front. Still room to grow, though, with our Kushite opinion. And, of course, plenty of legitimacy from wonders and such, so I think we'll be fine. But another Sentinel family. Another Hunter's family coming on in. Starting to see some chopping sprees going around, liking this. Let's see if Moose did anything similar. No, Moose actually hasn't gone on any chopping sprees yet, that I can tell. Maybe around this region? No. Tons of notes everywhere. Let's see if I can find some notes. Yeah, chop chop. We see a note here from the center from the Kushites. This would actually be brilliant. Get a disciple or a worker out here. Chop this entire battlefield. And that's going to make it harder for a Babylonian player to press in on you. 2 turns. Just seeing the new king. Smart lad. 2 turns for machinery. Also an opportunity to get a free settler here, which might potentially make sense. And no, we cycle. The path continues. We cycle to monasticism, which is going to be great to set up polytheism for the orders in all of our cities. So yeah, man, just staying goal-driven. This is a player who has a strategy and is sticking with it. No deviations. Completely focused. Came in here with a game plan and is completely focused. Now, let's talk about the weaknesses of things like that. We have a diplomat. No, we have a judge on the throne after the fact, which is actually a fantastic heir to cap off this strategy because we'll be able to upgrade strongholds into citadels and stuff like that. However, let's talk about the handicaps of the type of strategy. We have a doomed scholar now, so she will die. But talk about perfect timing. We managed to get to our 7th law technology, cycled into it perfectly. You know, we made every decision on this tech path, cycling, tossing away technologies, tossing away bonus cards to get to monasticism as quickly as possible. We all, as players, know that it's entirely possible for our ruler to die on turn 25, or 30, or 40. So that's the one hiccup in a strategy such as this, is that you are hoping, you are crossing your fingers for one of 2 things. Either a long-lived first ruler or an heir that is also a scholar and or a really beefy wisdom schemer to keep the train on the tracks of this beeline. So Bullmoose was fortunate enough. The gods seem to have favored him in his quest towards monasticism and 7 laws. So we'll see if he can bring it home in terms of the strategy. Buy tiles for artisans so we can upgrade along the highway. What does that mean? Oh, okay. I don't know that I want to do that, though. I think he wants to swap tiles from one of these cities into the artisan city so we can stage units, you know, a little bit closer to the front line and then upgrade them. But I don't know that that's worth the opinion hit with sages, if that's what he's thinking about. Otherwise, oh, he could be thinking if he gets colonies. Do we have colonies? He could be thinking colonies and doing the same thing out this way. So, but by colonies, colony by artisan seat all the way down here, you can stage all your Acadians, and then once you finally hit strong and get your get your citadel upgraded, you can have a bunch of Acadians all out in the distance here. Just bump up to Sumerians real quickly. Our Mages have come out, but they've gone middle. So I think maybe we're just cleaning up the Danes and then hopefully, for the love of God, going to the coast. Where did Babylon get so much scientific knowledge? We have the question from chat. Well, basically, we had a very early beeline to a fantastic synergy. First of all, we are a scholar, which means all cities with an archive get an extra 2 science per turn. And Sage's cities all start with an archive. So that's an extra 2 science for every Sage city. Every Sage city itself also generates an extra 1 science per urban specialist. So there's another 2 science in this particular city, for example. Also, we're Babylon, so we get an extra 1 science per city. So we're already looking at 5 extra science per Sage city. And we beelined early to Constitution, which is an additional science per urban specialist. So every Sage's city on its own is worth like an extra, what was that, 6 to 8 science? And we have 2 Sage's cities in the Empire, so that's 16 science at minimum. Plus we have a scholar boosting that science in the capital, so that's another 11. So we're already looking at an extra 27, nearly 30 science baseline just from that synergy that I just broke down. And that's literally in just 2 cities. We're talking 30 science-ish from just 2 cities. We even touch on the other locations. So yeah, that's where... So if you think about that, if you take away that synergy that I just broke down, would probably be at around 50 or 60 science right now, which is, when we flip over to Magnus, pretty much exactly where Magnus is. He's actually at 77, so he's equalized his science bonus against against the Babylonians. And that's great news for Magnus. If Magnus can keep the momentum scaling alongside Babylon, then we're only looking at, and I know this sounds like a lot anyway, but we're still only looking at an overall tech advantage in the tech tree of about 900 science for the Babylonians, and that is not an insurmountable amount as long as you get core defensive technologies like onagers, or core defensive technologies like the ability to produce your unique units and things like that. Okay, so this raid will definitely call troops to the coastline, right? Like, that's going to happen next turn, right? Please? Please pivot. We have Babylon. Oh no! We have Bullmoose with a note outside the Numidian camp. Do I want this for a staging ground? Question mark. ... Don't allow this to happen. This is going to be the grand tactical fumble if Magnus allows this to happen. Because otherwise, I think Magnus is playing a spot-on, fantastic game. Certainly has potential to stretch this out for the long haul. He's gobbled up every wonder so far, so clearly can do a long-term defensive turtle point pull, right? Go for the point win. Why not? No shame in doing that. No shame in starting with a builder, wonder spamming, and trying to and daring your opponent. Okay, come kill me. You got 100 turns to do it, basically. Because you can absolutely win a point victory in about 100 turns. Or less, really, on some of these maps. So Magnus is daring the Bullmoose to take his rush strategy across the map and take him out. But if he doesn't take this city, that could make it so much easier for Moose, and that will be a really annoying headache for Magnus. So please get down here. All right, we got a slinger. Let's bring the Medjay. Come on. Force march it. Get down here. Son of a bitch. Sorry for swearing, but this is ridiculous. Okay, next turn. Next turn they'll come. Build some roads. Worker chain some roads down here. Speed this up. You got 3 empty workers. I want to see these workers. No! Where you going? Museum? Okay, museum. That makes sense. Never mind. All right, we have the museum secured, so that's good for long-term science. Nice long-term play for the Kushites. But please, can we build roads? Get roading down here. Contest this site. He's running out of... Like, Moose is going to take this site. And then it's a question of, does he go for the final Vandal site, or does he hop across the bay? And whichever, oh man, this is harrowing. This is the type of stuff where even though it's like a chill game, like there's no conflict, the meta conflict that's happening in my mind right now about the possibility of Moose about Magnus not getting this site, it's giving me so much anxiety. What else is happening in the world today? Now the Thracians are sharing their culture with the Kush, so that's lovely of them. I wonder if we have an opportunity to come kill this thing, do we? The scout? No, we don't. That's unfortunate. Settler coming out. Chopping sprees coming up. Quarries coming down. Come on, Magnus. Alright, we built a road. Other direction, though. Dude, is Magnus convinced that Moose is already, like, right here and gonna come from this direction? What is the world according to Magnus? He sees this site. So, but he wouldn't know if it's settled unless he regained vision on it, right? That's how that works. Man. Tough time. Tough time. Come on, Magnus. Kill the Numidians. Next turn. I'm like so dying to see where these Medjay archers will go. Because, dude, just scout anywhere. There's another bireme coming into the ocean. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, the judge is on the throne. Yes, 100% Fluffy. You are absolutely correct. I agree with the assessment. Fluffy Bunny in chat says, this is Kush's game to lose. All they need to do is repel the timing attack. And I believe 100% you are correct, which is one of the reasons why I'm freaking out about this Numidian site. Because if Moose secures this coast, that's just going to make the timing attack so much easier. But if Kush gets a city here and gets himself set up with some ownerships on these hills and Medjays and things like that, it'll be so much harder to make landfall because you can also then build forts along the coast, right? Stock those with Medjays and stuff like that. So there's no way you're breaking in. But if Babylon gets a city here, this is a really tough city to siege anyway. Look at these tiles, right? There's no way you're going to be able to break into the city, even if you get low health, without maybe a routing unit to secure multiple kills down this path, right? In which case you can just solve that with a spear if you're Babylon. So just one single spear will do it. So yeah, really, really crucial. I think one of the things, whatever happens to this site, I think could decide the game. If Kush takes this site, Moose is going to be in a real pickle in terms of trying to end this game. If Moose gets this site, well then I think he has a serious opportunity. It's still good news. It's not good news. Still possible for Kush to, repel the attack, right? It doesn't signal the doom of the Kushite Empire. But it's going to make their defense a lot harder. And for no real good reason. Because Kush could take this site. So let's get down south with these Medjays. Let's get moving. Let's get moving. We're going for Phalanx Net next as opposed to navigation. We do have 4 laws, so I guess that's all right. Trying to get up to our divine rule timing, which does, of course, make sense. Come on, Medjays. Get down south. I swear to God, if these things go north, I'm going to lose my mind. $34 orders per turn, 25 remaining on this turn. Our heir is a philosophy student. Fun. Okay, that's down with a warrior. Down with a slinger! Let's go, Medjays. Don't go north. Because these two could just be a police force for raids. He could send these guys... Oh, we got a whoop. Oh, we got a road. Yes! Come on. Bring the rest of them. Bring the Medjays. If the Medjays go north, because I could see him still going north with the Medjays, thinking, I have to clear these 3 sites and it's going to take forever. But no, bring them down. Bring them down. spending orders on other stuff. That's fine. He's moving. He's killing. See, he's advancing up northward to clear. So I'm still worried that these Mages could end up going north. Or maybe they're just going to sit here for now, which is also okay. But do not send them north. I'm freaking out. Aaron says that feels like a pretty big just. 8 barracks versus 2. Yeah, but we can resolve that. We can resolve that. We still have time. Or maybe we don't. I don't really like the Elder Acolyte situation happening. So, yeah. Definitely the time. Turn 50 is a little late, but definitely the time to start migrating yourself. We are building an apprentice officer here. We have really good income, so we could see, with a judge, so we could see something like a rush to Elder with 2 barracks. Get yourself a free promotion every time you build a unit from this city. That's always fun. Building a miner as well, another barracks as well. Where else are we doing? Garrison. So yeah, I'd like to see more barracks coming online indeed. And this is the kind of what I'm talking about with the sense of, is there any value at this stage trying to clear this site? I would say no. You know what you're up against. You're up against, well, I'm assuming if you're tracking Moose, you know what you're up against. You're up against a mid-game power spike. You know Moose's MO if you follow him at all in the community or the ways he talks about the game. So really, I think trying to clear these sites as Kush is a complete mistake. I would honestly piece out the Thracians, leave them be, migrate my units to their defensive positions, and then all of my orders would be spent on econ generation and wonder spam. Because even if you do need these sites later on, we all know, or at least we know as observers, maybe Magnus doesn't know, but we do know that all he needs to do is survive the mid-game fight, the mid to late game fight. And that's going to require building forts, which is more stone. That's going to require worker turns. In fact, let's go back to the worker stats between players. Okay, so they've evened out on workers now, which is great. But yeah, honestly, frankly, I think this is a waste of orders up here. This is like at least 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, right? Literally just move a unit, attack with a unit for all these units with 10 orders. But you know some of these use more than one fatigue, so we're looking at something like 15 or 16 orders. Why? Why are we doing that? Move this guy, build a barracks. Move this guy, build a stronghold. You know? Move these guys. Where on earth are you going? Ah! Magnus. I guess he's going the long way around. That might not be too bad unless he gets flanked by a ship and locked out there and loses his Mage. Oh man, he's gonna get spotted, I think. Moose has a note in the center of the map. Promising hill for onager. Fun. Yeah, so this really, for these maps, even these point symmetry, this is a dual map, right? It's not a tiny map, it's a dual map. But this is a relatively large map. 11 sites on each side. Huge amounts of distance from the capital all the way up north. And I really think that some players, depending on what you're doing with your strategy, need to kind of get their head around the idea that you don't have to settle every single site to have a strong game. You definitely don't want to be facing your opponent, 4 sites to 9, 4 sites to 12. But 8 sites to 11 is not an insurmountable build queue difference, like at all. Because the time it takes to get these final sites from Moose, I mean, how much value are they really going to bring to his empire as it relates to that, mid-game power spike that we know he's going for, right? And he does have another settler here, so the scary outcome for Magnus here, the best possible outcome for Magnus is Moose just choosing to clear this final camp. Magnus would be thrilled if that happens. But the worst possible outcome for Magnus is Moose coming for the Numidians, and he has already looks like he may have set his eyes on the Numidians, and this scout is going to help Moose make that decision next turn once he crosses the bay and see what's going on. Is Ballista available or nearby for Kush? I do not believe so. I mean, Compo is in the deck somewhere, but it doesn't look like a priority. That Horse Archer could be useful too, by the way. Nice to have a... The thing that has put me on to Horse Archers more than anything in these recent games, in these recent preseason months that has me rambling about Horse Archers nonstop, is that they're 6 strength instead of 5, so they are better archers than actual archers. You do trade the 1 range, though, but then you gain back extra mobility, right? So there's lots of give and take there. You do more damage, you're faster, but you have less range than a regular archer. But so there are those considerations. But the thing that I like about them more than anything is the upkeep cost. On an arid terrain situation like this, Horse Archers would be so good because, yes, you would need the wood to build them, but you would not need the wood to maintain them. And even in an arid terrain situation like this, I think it would be easier to generate food income long-term than it would be able to generate wood income long-term. So that's the thing that's really, more than anything, has set me onto Horse Archers these days, is actually the economics of fielding a Horse Archer army actually just feels so much smoother to achieve and pull off than fielding an actual Archer army. And they're going to do a little bit more damage, and they're more mobile, so that's always fun. Onagers for Kush coming up in 3 years, which is great timing. That's exactly what they need. They have great stoning income, and even though we did a couple of dips, we only have... No, wait, that's monasticism. Sorry, I looked at the wrong one. Yeah, we have we're 1 turn away for the Babylonians, but the Onagers are going to be far more beneficial for the Kushites. So another reason to get this city site as quickly as possible for Kush. 29 orders, Kush's turn. We could force march out here. Risky, but I'm down with it. Start clearing. Do we have a settler coming up? Anywhere. We have a settler down here going north, for the love of... No! No, Magnus, you're going north. You don't need these cities. If you're running an eco-greed wonder spam strategy, you don't need this many cities. You can just get them later. You need to make sure that you survive the mid-game. Because if you're running an eco-greed wonder strategy, you're likely vulnerable to a mid-game... Oh, this is such a nightmare to watch. He really is going north with both of these guys. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, man. Oh, man, that's heartbreaking. I think I do agree with Fluffy's assessment. I think this is Magnus's game to lose, and I think if he loses it, it's gonna be because the Babylonians get this site and just have a coastal highway straight from this. What on earth is he is doing the swap? I mean, I guess his opinion can cover it. So he's doing this to stage all these... This seems a bit much, Moose. I'm not going to lie. This seems a bit much. You're only saving like an extra order per unit, I guess. This seems a bit much. But, you know, we're going to do what we're going to do, I guess. And, yeah, so he's doing this. All this is going to be the artisan territory, so he'll be able to upgrade all these units once he gets strong culture in 9 turns. And he does have a judge, so as long as his judge stays alive, he'll be able to upgrade the stronghold immediately on his turn. So Scholar into Judge for a 7-law timing attack does make sense. Really, another buy room coming out. This is awful. This is awful that Kush... This is going to cost Kush the game. If anything costs Kush the game, it's going to be this. Now, that said, Kush can still defend this site. It's a hunter location. There's some hills. He can put some onagers up on all these hills. He can put forts down, so he can hold here. But why give yourself that hassle? Why create that hassle when you can just fully block off the coast from any threat? Really, really, really shitty development for the Kush. Really shitty development for the Kush. Okay, so we have one more settler currently in Babylon. We have a raid. Oh, the raid is a good thing for Kush, though. Because this will likely keep Moose in the region. And then maybe even motivate, while he comes up to deal with this. Maybe even motivate him to come down here and clear this. So the fact that the Vandals have chosen to raid Babylon is a huge benefit to Kush right now. What we want to watch out for is if Babylon is going to say, screw it, I'm going to go get this Numidian site on the next turn. He did not advance with his scout to check across the border, but that's going to be something to watch for next turn in Babylon. More Akkadian archers coming out, so he's really thinking about that power spike, and this is why it's really a shame for Kush not getting into a position to defend themselves yet, because this is going to be so expensive. This power spike is going to be massively expensive on this map. Oh, they both are using the same phrasing. ThePurpleBullmoose has a message here saying chop chop, and he's got his workers out here chopping. And then Magnus has a message out here saying chop chop. That's kind of adorable. Oh, man. Oh, God, this is breaking my heart. Because by the time they come up here and clear one of these sites and settle it, you know what's going to happen? Bullmoose is going to be staging for an attack. So you're going to have to spend all your orders getting all this shit down south. Damn it! Although we do have onagers in 2 turns, so that's good news. That's good news. What else is happening? Any more wonders hit the ground? Museum in 12 turns. What else do we care about? Anything? We don't have a religion where Jebel would matter for us. Ishtar could be good. Stupa could still be good. Yeah. I mean, Onager's getting set up around turn 60 is not too bad. Not too bad, but I'm really concerned with the fact that the majority of the Kushite army is north, and Bullmoose is going to become aware of that in about a turn or two. Yeah. It's difficult, though. It's difficult to get a sense of how much you need to clear and keep pace with your opponent. And there comes the turn, like... You guys know this game, right? This is a 100 turn, in the dueling meta at least, this is a 100 turn game. The game is either going to end by turn 80, or if it goes long, it's going to end by turn 120 or 130. So on average, this is a 100 turn game. How much value are you getting from settling a city on turn 50 or, 60 or 70 or 80? Really? Like, how much can you really get out of that city? So there does come a point where you have to make an assessment of the game state and think, does the order output, does the effort of coming up here and expanding pay me anything? Yeah, it depends on the game. It's a variable thing. It's you need to read the game state. You need to read what your opponent is up to. I'd like to see more scouting on the part of Kush. Now that we have an invisible scout, this is why Alcaris likes to get eyes on his opponent's military and kind of follow the military around as best he can, because that will give Alcaris a sense of what direction his opponent is going. We would know as Kush that, okay, they haven't settled this site, and they're all the way down here, and that would give it, we'd be able to see a ship. If we could just get eyes on a boat, I think that would send an alarm bell up in Magnus's brain, being like, ooh, a ship in this ocean creates a real big problem. What should I do about it? Oh, I should settle this site before Babylon does. Time to watch Babylon and how they handle... Oh, I want to look at orders real quick, because it looks like Babylon is up on orders. No, they're still a little behind, but they're soon going to hit their divine rule spam. They're in polytheism now. So we will see shrines popping up everywhere in a moment. Double victory is disabled. You have to win by a regular point victory in this game. So no doubles for the Kush. But still a very strong position for them to be in, because the thing you have to think about when we are going for those point competitions, the more wonders you have in the bank, the harder it is to prevent you from winning points. And yes, now the Babylonians have realized this site is still available. We have a settler too. We did move some units down here. And again, thankfully for Kush, these units, this raid could end up distracting us. But Bullmoose does have an opportunity here to just say, screw it, I want this site now. He has another boat coming up. Set up an anchor here and just go for it. And depending on how he does that, Magnus might not even be aware it's happening to even contest. Scout coming out in one turn. We have 2 scouts. Okay, yes. So move this scout on your next turn. Hopefully this scout comes to the coast. Second scout. Let's get to the coast. Let's get to the coast. Let's get to the coast. Ooh, let's look at that. Good call, Aaron. I like the thinking. We had coinage in the hand. That could be a good call for the 4,000 bonus. And also, let's look at any good econ places. Not really, not too much. But getting a couple of, you know, the fair can be set up in a strong city now. So maybe plopping down the 3 markets in this city and getting, you know, a couple elder specialists and really cranking that gold income could be good too, since we are very likely to do a lot of purchasing over time to sustain this wood output as well, certainly in terms of upkeep. So getting high up in gold could translate to an advantage there, I believe. Okay, going northward with this scout. Let's go southward with this scout. I feel like this is like watching Sauron just completely ignore Frodo waltzing into Mount Doom. Like, just waltzing into Mordor. Like, he's right there, dude. He's right, like, just get in this, look to the left, and you will see that the One Ring is in your grasp. Just literally just look to the left. Look south. Look south. Same exact thing happened to Sauron. Why must we bloody our land with the blood of our brothers? I don't know. Stop fighting the Thracians. What is this? Forgive me. As we advance up towards the championship, this is a round 2 match between 2 people who won their first games. Both played very strong first games. So, you know, as we get higher and higher up in the skill levels of these games, I will likely become sassier and sassier as I watch our lovely players make mistakes. What are we doing? This is like a full scale. He's basically playing like against an NPC right now. He's just completely Oh, a rushed onager. Great. Send it south. This onager is going to go here, I bet, into a fort, and that's going to be a bad thing. No movement from the second scout either. All right, Moose. Time to see what we do. Thankfully, a very solid, valid reason to not cross the ocean just yet. But Magnus only has himself about, I don't know, 2, maybe 3 more turns before Moose is ready to cross the sea. Not much room for PBM to clear this site. I don't know. He's going to have 2 ships. So we can do 4 damage. Especially if he gets amphibious on this, he'll do more. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be an issue at all. He'll anchor. He'll get 2... Put 2 units here, and he's got his Acadians. Yeah, 2 Acadians, 2 ships. Literally just 2 Acadians and 2 ships could clear this in like 2 turns. So I don't think that's going to be an issue for Babylon at all. Babylon can easily drop this to a 2-turn clear time because these guys aren't going to move north. Although I guess when this unit pops out, it will hog a tile. So that will take a second. But yeah, I think we're looking at about a 2 or 3 turn clear time on this site. What else is happening up in the north here? Should be harvesting. Ooh, nice note on this. Yeah, if you leave... I like to do this on purpose. Sometimes on the early turn settle, you have a couple of groves in your borders. Sometimes I actually think it's valuable to step off so the groves leave your borders at first, and that gives you a nice little 20 culture, or 10 to 20 culture, depending on how many groves, spot to like keep a scout or a worker, dipping out of the border to harvest. So I do like this note. Probably a little late in the game for it, but Bullmoose is noticing with this lavender here, and also there's way more back here. He could have a scout parked out here and do some harvesting to up his culture time towards strong. Bit too late for that these days, but definitely something nice to think about for future games. I'm always looking at where culture sources are in relation to my core and capital especially, and trying to make sure that I can get a little bit of mileage from them. Maybe if I'm not even camping them, but just the idea that get a couple of early harvests off them, and that'll be really, really nice culture boost. I think it's so worth it. Ooh, nice! Spoked wheel from the Kushites is a great grab. Onagers and chariots. That is perfect against a nation that will be primarily ranged, who's going steel, mind you. And so, yeah, we're building one spearman currently, but everything is a ranged unit in the Babylonian Empire. I think Spoked Wheel is a fantastic grab right now. I think that the options are Order Boost, Steel, and Drama. So nothing really amazing anyway, but I think Spoked Wheel is absolutely the correct grab. I'm glad we got Husbandry back when we had a different selection that could have gone in any direction. So really nice payoff for the Husbandry grab early. Want to make sure that we set up this horse camp in Moreau. We do have our horses out in these locations as well. Need to get barracks set up. This is another thing. Like, why aren't we building barracks over salt mines? Need more barracks. And too many units in the north. Notes. Onager rush in wrong city. That's fine. Whatever. It's still, I mean, it's an onager. Where's it going? Where did it go? It's going north. Shit. Okay. And then he has another note, Magnus, saying, I know he's chopping for his unique unit, but better go get those workers. No, don't try and kill the workers. Just chop yourself. Ignore Moose and just shore up your defense. Slinger in 2 turns. Spoked Wheel in 2 turns. Probably more onagers. I mean, in my opinion, might be a hot take, but I think the Babylonian unique unit is just a worse version of onagers. So in a fight between onagers and Acadians, or even the 8th strength version, I would pick onagers all day. Because, especially if it's the Babylonians attacking into the onagers. Because the onagers don't have the distance penalty. So unless you get Eagle Eye on as many Acadians as possible, they're going to do less damage than an onager, right? So I don't really understand all the hubbub about this unique unit. Everybody loves this unique unit and says it's super strong. It's not my favorite because I would just rather have onagers. And onagers are also way cheaper to produce and maintain because it's so much easier to get a crap load of wood, stone, especially on a map such as this. So why am I going to spend so much effort building a more expensive training, more costly unit that does less damage from a distance than what an onager would do? I understand you gain extra mobility because, onagers aren't very mobile, and also they're harder to kill because onagers are easier to kill, especially with mounted. But I don't get everybody's crazy obsession with the Babylonian unique unit. Not that I think they suck, but I mean, they're basically worse onagers, at least from a defensive perspective. not having to take a turn to unlimber is pretty significant. Yeah, I guess if you're not having a good fight. Yeah, no, I get that. But defensively, it doesn't matter. So, yeah, if you're trying to go on the offense, they're fine. But, I don't know, man. I don't know how often you guys have been on the receiving end of an onager creep fort spam tactic, but it's nightmarish, it's hellish, I hate it, and, you can buy yourself plenty of turns with a couple of infantry in front of your, onagers. So they don't do it for me, the Babylonian ones. I think Kush is the better unit, to be honest, because you get that extra damage. Unfortunately, the entire Kushite army is in the north, still. So, Bullmoose is still weaker. That's probably baiting Magnus as well. Another onager coming out, which is nice. Really would like to see more scouting. No more orders. No scouting. We have a schemer on the throne. Invisible scouts, and we don't have Magnus taking a peek at any of this southern terrain, any of this core terrain, any actual eyes on the nation itself. So that's a poor use of the schemer's ability to gain information, in my opinion. It's a little bit of a drawback there. And again, though, we are seeing very lucky Magnus that Moose is spending more time on this tribal situation. I think Magnus is feeling this kind of pinch, like they need to keep pace with Moose's expansion. And honestly, even clearing the site would achieve that for him. This would bring him to 8 cities, to Moose's 8 cities, and if Moose clears and settles this, it would be 8 cities to 9 cities without clearing any of this extra stuff, because Moose never got either of these 2 cities. So that's another important thing to think about. This is why scouting matters, because this would tell you, if you brought your scout up here, this would tell you that these 2 sites aren't cleared, which would let you know I'm actually technically up 1 site in terms of this region, which means my 8 cities to 7, he's further down here. I can trade one of these northern sites for one of these southern sites, and then I can trade another northern site for this site, right? So by scouting out this region and having Kush be aware that these 2 sites aren't taking, that helps Kush make the informed decision that strategically they don't need these 2 sites anytime soon, because the settling of these 2 sites keeps them even 9 to 9, if assuming Babylon takes this location. So scouting, super, super important. We have more notes popping up. Here. Oh, this is heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking. Magnus's note highlights the fact that he doesn't have a read on the situation. Of course, bear in mind, you know, we have perfect information, but the note says, I got to deal with these guys first, and then I will make plans for the no man's land. Hopefully we can get a chariot out to snipe the workers. First of all, that's way too much effort. Second of all, this phrasing, the no man's land, this means Magnus is thinking about this. Magnus is worried about this. He's not worried about the sea. Which again, just a little bit of invisible scouting from the schemer scouts would let him know that there are already ships in this ocean, with more on the way. Doom has come to the old world, and we have a hurricane at sea. And another raid. Another raid for the Kush. Hopefully this one will convince the Kush to clear this site and maybe settle it. I'd love to see a settler coming out, in fact, in order to do that. Yeah. Tough situation. And yeah, Moose is going all in, taking the site, which is good news if he does choose to settle it. Is he building another settler? No. Oh man, if he chooses to settle that site, that's going to be a massive win. And amazingly lucky for Kush if he decides to bring this settler all the way down here to settle this location. That will be so fortuitous for the Kushites. Like, unbelievably so. Also, the science has capered off here in the Babylonian situation, so this kind of goes back to what I was talking about in terms of benchmark. Kush has actually done a good job of getting a little bit ahead in science now, which is really nice. So now the science deficit for Moose is only 500, not at all insurmountable, at all. So really, this is going to come down, this is going to be decided in the field. This is going to be decided by power spikes. This is going to be decided by timing. This is going to be decided by strategic defensive location. And with all those considerations, I'm leaning a little bit towards Moose, simply because of the massive strategic error of trying to clear all these northern sites. Yeah, I'm just not feeling it. He's not at all clocking the fact that the coast is an open path into his territory. I apologize for beating the drum on that, but it's really blowing my mind. We're building more quarries and no barracks. He needs more barracks. Let's get him up and running. No barracks in the capital yet either. Yeah, and this is all orders he could be spending. Like, how come this worker hasn't moved in a couple of turns? Probably because he's at war with the Thracians for some reason. Monasticism next. Not a bad grab there. Gonna start getting his shrines all over the place. Yeah, tricky. Wood prices have not increased so much, probably because of all the chopping happening. If we look down here, we see the landscape of this region. And if we compare it to the mirrored version, look how clear we've gotten from Babylon. Babylon is full clearing all of this terrain. And Kush is just watching. Which is fine. Nothing else you should do. I really don't think you should send chariots out here to kill these things. Or maybe that would be fun. But more importantly, I really would love just 1, 2, 3 movements from this scout. And we would see that we're under threat in the south. Would see at least one of these ships. Would see a settler, which could make us worry about this site. Even if this goes down south. Need to get up on that scouting. Did clear this site, though, so we will settle the city this turn. I think. Yep. Hey! Another landowner city. Great. At last. I would probably just make all of these landowners. Also, more horses up here, which is nice. That should come in handy for chariots at some point. And I suppose if we're going to do the whole thing, then we might as well bring the onager up here and unlimber it somewhere, I guess. But really hoping that... If Magnus literally does not notice that the south is a battlefront until Babylon takes this city, that really could be game ending. Because then Babylon can start attacking, well... If Magnus just spends 10, 20 turns funneling units up to this northern corridor, like, think about it strategically. Unless you saw these workers building roads, this isn't a battlefront. It could be later, but you'd be able to still see the roads getting built. So, yeah, because this is a long stretch for... someone to try and invade, especially through what we know due to mirror map, right? We know that we're dealing with like a 3-tile choke point here, a 1-tile choke point up here, and then a death valley of potential onager and fort spam right here. Why on earth would Moose ever want to come through the center? The only viable options, really, for serious attack here would be crossing this ocean or crossing the ocean in the north. The oceans are the things to worry about. We have another raid coming to Kush. Hopefully this will make them say, you know what? These Numidians have overstayed their welcome. And back to Babylon. Bullmoose going for husbandry instead of Polish. Probably thinking about more orders. Lots of pastures now. I think that's up to 6 pastures that Bullmoose does not have improved. So that's a solid order increase that he can think about. And I guess his science, like, it doesn't really need to rush to land consolidation. There are groves, but he doesn't have a lot in his empire. They're all down here. You can get those later, I think. Nice. Doing some work with the Acadian. Healing back up, and I think... Nice. He's focusing on this camp. Let's keep an eye on this settler and see if this settler moves down. Or if he just chooses to clear and then move across the coast. Because you could clear this site and then just, I don't know, stick a slinger on it indefinitely and not worry about it. Yep. Military in nearly every city. And that's another thing. I don't know if this was exactly what Aaron was talking about, but by spending all the orders trying to clear these cities, Kush could have instead be doing exactly what Moose is doing and spending all of his orders chopping. Chop, 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 chop. But he's not doing that. The settler has not yet moved. So that's not a good sign for Magnus at the moment. Because again, no real harm in just clearing this and then parking a slinger on it and going to bring your settler, because we're not building any other settlers. No harm in settling a more strategic location. It is a hunter's settler as well. So that would give us an extra citizen up top, up across the ocean. More scouting done by Moose. Clear picture of the territory. And yeah, there's got to be a deep awareness at this point from Moose. This camp has been here for 60 turns. Moose has spotted specifically 2 raids going into Kush. So there would be a deep awareness for anyone with any sense of intuition that the Kushite military is nowhere near down south. Because otherwise, this circumstance wouldn't be happening at all. So that, to me, would signal to me this is my staging ground. Already have my ships. I want to anchor up, take this site, and now I have a direct path to the Kushite core, and there's not much that the Kush can do about it. And this is the other thing. Think about this note for a second. I gotta deal with these guys first. I guess it wouldn't be easy to get peace with them, would it? That attack penalty. There could have, maybe there was a point at one point where we could get peace. But it certainly is not now. And we're going for more. Dude. That's rough. That is rough. Still want to build barracks. Let's go. Barracks. 2 barracks right now. Can do it. Stronghold in Kuban. That's nice. We'll start having Sentinel Mages, which will be great. I just feel like we're not going to put anything in the correct spot. And honestly, there's no excuse for this at this point. Like, there's really no reason why. He has 3 scouts. There's no reason why that this scout can't come down here and cross. This scout can't peek either north and see the Acadians staging, or south and see the ships. I mean, he's a schemer. So these guys are invisible. This guy's wide out in the open, and you just run into the Empire, take a peek, see what's going on. But it's just not happening. Unfortunately. Ooh, nice onager location, though. That's fun. Then I'll make, maybe step 1 forward, and that would have been even better. But yeah, that'll make clearing nice and easy, so that's cool to see. Should be wrapped up pretty quickly, but then it's going to be a question of where are you going to stage your military? Right? Is he just going to sit up here waiting for an attack to come through this 3-tile choke point, and then just be surprised by a border exploding down here? That's going to be really shitty if that's what happens. ThePurpleBullmoose is down to competent, which is great news for Kush. Kush has now 90 science per turn, and the gap is only 450 science. So this is perfect play for Magnus. In terms of dealing with a map where you have an opponent trying to do a 7-law power spike, a mid-game finish. You know, we're in the mid-game now, turn 60, so we're looking for probably call it, well, we'll be strong in 2 turns, so yeah, we're probably calling it about a turn 70 timing attack, 7 laws, turn 70, whatever else we can bring, fine. And Magnus is doing a fantastic job of getting himself in a situation for winning a long game. The real big hiccup here is that he's not reading the map. His science has scaled. His Bullmoose is still weaker, by the way. Oh, he just came up to similar, by the way. Okay, so there, but you know, the military. I'll look at the military score. So you know, military advantages abound for Magnus, and he's starting to bring his onagers now. But it's really going to become a question of where he positions himself. And I know I've been harping on it for hours now, but it could very well come down to Magnus never settling this site. And that could be the Achilles heel of Magnus's game. Because I think Magnus has a clear shot of winning this long term. Unless a bunch of 8 strength units just make landfall in his core while none of his army is around. Building a rancher, gross. And I think he's being baited right now. In a bit way. Kush. I think it's his lack. I think it's the fact that Babylon is weaker than him. That's what having him avoid. Like, there's no barracks in the artisan seat, even, which is just blows my mind. That's the easiest space to put up a barracks. Rushing out officers is good. I like that, but I mean, we could be doing that in way more locations. So, yeah, unfortunate. And Moose is doing active scouting, by the way. He scouted this coastline more than once. He now has another scout in this region, taking a peek. He can see the stronghold. He'll probably get a sense that there's no barracks in here as well, so the output for Babylon is going to be higher. Oh! By the grace of the gods. 7 turns. Look at that. By the grace... sorry, I wasn't being specific. By the grace of the gods, Magnus has yet one more chance of opportunity. This settler has moved down south. Bullmoose has queued a new settler. 7-turn production time on that. Although he could rush it out. He had plenty of civics. So maybe that happens. But... if you waste a full 7 turns, that is more and more time for Magnus to correct this grievous oversight on the read of the map. So let's hop on to Magnus, see if we decide to scout some stuff this turn. Chariot coming out. Why wouldn't you just kill this thing? Another scout? What's the point of all these scouts if you're not going to use them? I don't get it. What are we doing? Yeah, we can 1-turn scouts. That's cool, but go get eyes on your enemy. We could 1-turn militia. That would be hilarious. How many units have Kush lost? Kush has lost 3. Bullmoose has lost 1. At least one of the ones that was lost by Kush was a militia. Healing on the coast, staging on the coast. This will get settled next turn, this city, from the Babylonians, and then I suspect everything is going to move towards the coast. And again, fortunately, the game's not. It's not like the game's going to end instantly if the Babylonians settle this site. It's just going to be way, way more of a headache for Kush than was even remotely necessary, because this is all the hills, and this city is on flat land, right? So really don't want to get Babylonians filling these scrub hills when we're relying on ranged units for defense. Now, that said, I definitely think we can, even if we lose this city, I think we can hold a firm line along this territory with things like forts and onagers, lots of hills this way, so the battlefield will shift in our favor with hills into flat. But really, all of this is a headache that we just shouldn't even have to deal with. But yeah, so the game's not going to end instantly if Babylon gets this site. It's just going to be a shame, because if Babylon does get this site and then also wins the battle, I mean, that will be the oversight. That will be the reason why they won the game, is because Kush never settled the site. Rushed out a chariot, which is interesting. If he really tries to hunt down these scouts, I think that's going to be a foolish use of orders. There was a pillage of a pasture, but the rancher will still finish. And oh well, I guess it won't count because of the pillage, but we can kill this guy and repair it next turn. Machinery in one turn for the Babylonians. Finally on machinery, and we're finally at 7 laws, and we're 1 turn away from a culture level up. And it looks like the barbarian site has finally transformed into Danes, and the Danes have raided. So more distractions for ThePurpleBullmoose, which is good news for Magnus. The gods of the old world are shining tiny bits of favor on Magnus, trying to buy him a little bit of time to make the right play. And yet Magnus is resilient to their blessings. Also, almost at a point. How many cities do we have? 9. Yep. I like how we have 2 pagan nations. We have a pagan Babylon versus a pagan Kush. Full-blown pagan representation for these 2 nations. We did change that. We changed that because of me, Fluffy. I did it to you in one of our median duels. A bunch. I think someone else complained it around the same time, too, so I can't take full credit. But I know right around the time it was changed, we were playing one of the median duels, and you were trying to build a barracks and something else, or what? Oh, yeah, you were like 1 turn away from building an officer, and that's also back when we had a UI issue, where for some reason, when like looking at cities or something, that's when we added the city count thing, so you can see the player's city count up in the corner, and there was a brief period where if you clicked on a city, you could see what it was building. Actually, we can see this because we're observers, right? There was a brief moment where you could see this even as an opponent. And yeah, I waited till Fluffy was 1 turn away from completing an officer on a barracks, and I went in with like a slinger or something and pillaged it. So you're welcome, everybody. No, that probably I don't know. I might be conflating that story with whoever else complained about the rancher thing, because I feel like this was something I might have gotten grumpy about it. But I mean, I guess if I used to harass people with that technique, that sounds like a reason I would get grumpy about it being changed. But yeah, here we are. It will keep production, but yes, once it finishes, it still won't trigger Judaism because it won't actually be in the city until this gets repaired. So still need to solve that problem. 5 turns on the museum, and we built a barracks. Okay. Finally, building a barracks with the wrong worker. Another example of we could have taken this wrong worker, plop him on the museum, and have the right worker build the barracks. Nothing wrong with doing a little Cupid shuffle for that. And of course, walking our chariot directly into an enemy scout, because, you know, lots of woods out here. Why would there be a scout watching our border? That never happens in this game. Ooh, I'm sassy today. Sorry, Magnus. I'm rooting for you. I'm honestly, at this point, I'm rooting for Magnus hardcore because I love an underdog. And really, I genuinely think that if Magnus can settle this site and defend this site, there's going to be no way the Moose is going to win. So I agree with Fluffy's assessment a while ago that this is absolutely Magnus's game to lose, and if he loses it, it's going to be through some silly mistake, such as just leaving the door to his nation wide open. Yeah, Kush is just throwing away units, spending so many orders. I mean, the good news is he's almost done up north. So, oh, he lost another unit. Oh, the militia. He's just losing militia, guys. I don't know if he'd actually built these militia, though. So maybe we're hoping they're event-based militia. But yeah, he has been losing units. Another settler coming out. Jesus. And it's not going to go in the right direction. This is a masterclass in poor scouting. I have to say it. This is going to be designed. We have the scout following the workers around. This is going to be a game that is decided by one player's complete inability to read the board state of their opponent. Greatest thing to ever happen, though, for Magnus is that Moose decided to kind of make the same mistake. So both players have made the same mistake that is jeopardizing the offensive versus defensive strategy. Moose should have not have cleared and settled these two sites and should have just gone straight across the bay. Magnus should not clear these two sites, or even this site, frankly, and should have secured this Numidian site. Both players are leaving this door wide open, and the settling of this one site could completely define the game for both players. Moose, fortunately, still has ships, so we can create a real strong issue, making landfall here and messing up the Kushites. But one of the that's why it's more important for the Kush to get it, because if the Kush gets it, he can shore up forts all along this region and make it really hard for the Babylonians to break in. But yeah, in a way, they're both kind of making the same mistake. Strong in Shurapak now, and we should see... Oh no! Oh no, our judge died! Did they just die? Oh, awesome! The gods and their favor for the Kushites once more. The turn we hit strong culture, the turn our judge dies. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Who is... And a scholar will be the regent. My goodness. My goodness. And these are the little things, right? People get so fixated on things like Sword of the Gods. I hate to go on this rant. I won't do it again. But I just think it's funny because we've seen lots of little moments that might as well be RNG. And they've really been... kind of like navigating the tempo around the tension of what's going to happen to this city site or what's going to happen to this timing attack. And yeah, we just got another 5 turns of time for Kush before timing attack, purely by the death. But you know what? That's really nice because that evens out, because PurpleBullmoose got a really long-lived scholar that did their job that could have died early on turn 30. In fact, what time did our Kushite ruler, our Kushite builder die? Let's take a peek. 41. Our Kushite ruler died on 41, and our scholar on Babylon lasted to 50-something, right? 52. Yeah, so that's a massive difference when you're talking about a scholar-based beeline, trying to get your 7 laws. So, nice to have a little bit of bad luck go Moose's way. And yeah, he put down the note right here. I missed it by a turn. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. And that goes back to up here, the value of harvesting these types of resources. If we did this a couple times throughout the game, maybe that would have got us our 1 turn difference on this city. So yeah, really, really cool to see it all come together. Tough luck for the Moose, though. Skipper in the chat said, the King of Babylon, my work here is done. PurpleBullmoose responds, you didn't do anything. Indeed, indeed. And we're building the Ishtar Gate, which is a really funny location for it because it's entirely possible that Moose might waltz in and take this city, which is going to be a loss of an extra point. So you don't want to put wonders in frontline cities, but we can't I suppose we can't fault Magnus too much for this here because I don't think Magnus realizes that this is a frontline city. Oh, man. But it is. But it is. Oh, man. All right, one settler. Weren't we building a settler? No, where did the settler go? A settler? No, we stopped settler. That's fine. Don't really need it anyway. Although Moose is still being pretty aggressive with these workers. He's taking the... I mean, this is another reason. I mean, thankfully there's lots of woods up here, but... Yeah, no, I've talked about the error of clearing up here enough. I won't belabor the point again. But yeah, you're just wasting orders. And this is what I mean. We were watching a game earlier today, and somebody was asking myself and Boldus questions about why expansion would be bad. And we were dealing with one of the lush coast desert maps, right? Which those maps are even larger than these maps. Those maps can generate like 26 sites on them. And so we have these, these players who have these, 5... I paused for a second because I was trying to figure out if this would be too spoilery, but it's not. Well, actually, no. You know what? Never mind. I'm not going to say it just in case. I don't want to influence players while they're playing their game. So never mind. But yeah, you got to be mindful about your clearing tempo. And as it relates to the rest of the overall game state. Because even this, like Bullmoose can see that Magnus is just... whacking these raiders with wet noodles. All the more evidence that Bullmoose needs to know that his opponent has no defensive down south. Settler coming out in 2 turns. Elder Acolyte. Oh, whoa, thank you so much. Yeah, more water, thanks.
I'll bring this door close.
You're the best. No, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Stronghold is coming out 1 turn. Granary, another granary, that's fine. Although I guess I would prefer a barracks. more units moving north. Maybe we'll see a fun situation where, if Bullmoose keeps taking his time, maybe we'll see a fun situation where Magnus puts some ships in the sea. Magnus takes his site, and we have this weird race for the capital. Though with A-strength units, I'm pretty sure Bullmoose would win that race. What did I get? Looks like I got pulled pork, mac and cheese. That's... I got a stirrup delivery, yeah. Yes, indeed. These workers are chopping, yes. Oh, looks like we went for the kill right now. I would have probably waited for the second chariot to secure the kill. But yes, that's why these workers are out here. We are going on chopping sprees, which is honestly, frankly, a very good use of orders in this landscape. Force March Chariot to attack. Do we have another one? No. Right, so that's some damage. I mean, he's going to have to force march back to safety. Still possible. And you'll just, I guess, have to decide if you want to hunt it down and possibly lose a chariot. Certainly, forgive me while I nibble on this. Certainly going to send Moose back home and stop his chopping spree, which is good news. Oh, I'm caps lock. I'm shouting at Magnus for no reason. It is, you noob! The Ziggurat Shrine. It is available. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure. Comp mode doesn't shut off as many events as people think. It's like a grand total of 50 events. Probably more than that, or maybe, I don't know. But it's really not as many as people probably think. It's not a guaranteed event, is it? I don't think... not all the Wonders have guaranteed events. Anyway, I should not be answering his questions because technically that's strategic advice. So, ThePurpleBullmoose, my apologies to you, sir. I mean, I don't know. It's either... I was thinking of it like a bug question rather than a strategy question, but I suppose technically it could be interpreted either way. But the last thing I want is for any player to be like, my game is broken, and this match is broken because of it. So that was my impulse and desire to answer the question. Because we did have that, actually. We actually had to rewind the clock on one of our games by about 8 to 10 turns because somebody had a very weird bug. And, yeah, it was very game-defining. So, okay, we have anchors. And what did we do? Did we disband? I think you're right, Fluffy. I don't think we went for a full chop. Oh, did I miss it? I don't think I went for a full chop because I wasn't watching. But yeah, I think we just disbanded the unit, which is so troll, man. But I agree, yeah, we should have just chopped everything and disbanded the unit. This chariot's dead next turn, but I mean, I guess maybe you kill another unit. But no, this is actually great because now we see an anchored ship. Finally! Ah! This silly harass is going to be the thing that puts Magnus... That makes Magnus aware of the fact... Oh my god, I love this game so much. I can't believe it. It's this action of trying to hunt down workers, which, I mean, good move or not, that's finally going to have Magnus come face to face with the fact there are anchored ships in this ocean. Yes, all right. Fluffy Bunny with the rough statistics for us. Comp mode only enables about 90 events, which are roughly approximately 2% of all events. So not as much as you think, but it does enable some really crazy events. Like there is, I forget what they're called. They're called like eras or whatever. So like there are certain events where once you achieve certain landmarks in the game, like if you have like 7 laws or something weird, you can get like 3 cataphracts or something. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've got them even in single player. So all of the eras are disabled. As well as there's a shift with the free laws. All the free law events are still in the game, but you actually have to get the technology of that law in order to get the free law. So there are certainly meaningful and valuable tweaks. And admittedly, it's all based on feedback, even though I yell at anyone every time they try to disable an event from competitive mode, because I don't know, I like the stuff, but yeah, technically, I mean, if there's an event that you think that should get dumped from comp mode, just let Mohawk know, and they'll probably listen to you and not me. All right, the good news for the Kush is that we're going to be clearing this site, which means hopefully we can get our eyes back to where they belong. Really hope we see some reaction to this anchor. I believe this chariot's going to die next turn, which should bring... Oh, yeah, and a second spear, and there's Numidians. Dude, Moose is getting the site. There's a settler coming out in 3 turns. There's no way. I don't think there's anything in the region for Kush to even get down here fast enough to contest the site. Moose is going to get this site.
And Magnus is now left to just watch it happen. There's spear number 1. Spear number 2. And that's a dead chariot for a little bit of harass. Not ideal. That's why if you're going to do something like that, you want to bring 2 chariots. Because even if you lost 1 chariot, at least you would have killed 2 workers. Although I guess we can count the worker that Moose deleted, but he didn't get the opinion hit for it. Oh, that's something different. The era of corruption is something different. I might not have used the correct word. It might not be the errors. I'll give you guys an example in Discord sometime, if I can remember the name of one of the ones that I'm thinking about. But yes, the era of corruption is available in Discord, and in the game, in comp mode, and that's just a byproduct of Grand Viziers doing shitty Grand Vizier things. 3 turns on the Citadel as well. So that means 4 turns until we're ready to do this timing attack, because we need to spend the turn upgrading. And look at this chopping, by the way. We have 729 wood stockpile because our boy Bullmoose is just running around the map, chopping every possible thing, including scrub, by the way. Chopping indiscriminately. So this is what a very focused timing attack looks like. And this is both a game-winning and game-losing strategy. It is a viable strategy, but it's really centered around like the mid-game power spike timing. So we're talking turn 60 to turn 80. That's the window that you're trying to win the game. And as we talked about already, regardless of the Numidian site, if the Kushites can defend this timing attack, then the momentum will start gradually shifting, in my opinion, to Kush in terms of closing out the game with a victory. Age. That's what I'm thinking about. Thank you. It's not era, it's age of something. So like age of diplomacy, age of peace, age of war, or whatever. That's what it is. That's what it is. Thank you, Fluffy. Age, era, similar phrasing, but yeah, it's not eras, it's ages. Some eras, I think, are disabled in competitive mode, but not all of them. Yeah, there's like one age of something, I think it's the Age of War event, and it gives you like 3 or 4 cataphracts. And it doesn't even matter if you have the technology. Like, I don't think it's like the highest horse level you have access to. I think you get like 3 or 4 cataphracts, like, regardless. That's just what the event does. Or maybe it's like a couple of swordsmen or something weird. I don't know. I don't remember. Yes, that's actually the name of the event. It's Age of Empires. You just reminded me. That's actually the name of the event that I'm thinking about. It's called Age of Empires, and I remember because I thought it was a really cool, like cheeky plug. Like, reference. Yeah, so the event that I'm thinking of is called Age of Empires. It gives you, like, 6 military units that are all pretty beefy. And I'm pretty sure it's not tied to your tech level. I think you just get crazy late-game units regardless of your tech level. But I might be wrong about that. Funny, though. All right, we have another barracks finished. We need to do more barracks. And this is what's so frustrating and so sad in terms of this timing window that we're dealing with when Moose coming to take this site. Magnus was given opportunity after opportunity to course correct, to read the map and take this site. And what's going to happen here, what we're going to witness, is Magnus clearing this final site, ridding himself of the Thracian threat. And roughly right around the time this happens, I'm really thinking within about 2 or 3 turns at most, that's when Bullmoose is going to be ready to start pouring into Kush. And so then Kush is going to have this scramble to get his entire army to the south. Like, this owner needs to move. You see an anchored ship down here. That means landfall is possible. I do not know why we're being completely blind to the ocean. At least move an onager in the correct direction. Another one coming out as well. So yeah. Yep. Okay. Onager. Yeah, this is going to be cleared in just a couple of turns. And in just a couple of turns, we'll have our timing upgrade. It's going to be it's going to be really close. I think Moose is going to get the city before the timing upgrade because he has spears, right? That's 7 damage. He has a nice slinger. Yeah, he can do 10 damage. This is an easy 2-turn clear. He has a settler coming up in 3 turns. So this site will go to Moose comfortably. Comfortably. And then he'll have ships in the ocean and a city site that will be a nightmare for Kush to take. Yeah, Aaron makes a good point. I hope Magnus noticed the ship because it came with 2 spears and a slinger that killed his chariot. So if Magnus hasn't noticed the ship, that's not gonna bode. That's not gonna bode very well for Magnus in future conflicts. Yeah, I think that's going to happen, Max. But the problem isn't whether the site gets cleared or not. The problem is the location of the Kushite army after it's cleared. If Bullmoose is able to attack even in as many as 3 turns from the time that this gets cleared, I think the Kushite military is not going to be anywhere near this battleground. We know this site's going to land on Babylon now. Magnus had all the opportunities to correct this fumble, or be made aware of the situation happening down here. The gods showed so much favor on him. You know, Moose had an opportunity back when he cleared this site to come straight across, and he was thinking about it. That's around the time this pin landed. But while there were still 3 sites, and because raids from the Danish kept pulling Moose south, he decided to clear all these sites. Even when he cleared this site, he had a settler right up here. He could have just slapped a slinger on this location and then just went across, and he didn't. Then the other fortuitous thing, he delayed his timing attack by 5 turns. So the gods and fate have left this city site in limbo for nearly 70 turns. And Kush was never able to turn their eye towards it. All the blessings of the gods cannot save he who doth not notice them. Tactician ruler on the throne for Babylon, so that's going to mean hidden. Oh man, that's going to be hidden unique units, and there's enough trees in this location to benefit. And of course, it's also going to allow you to stun any annoying onagers. And she's nice and young as well, 18 years old to take the throne. Not too bad. 65 science now from the Moose. So let's take a look at the science. Steady increase all the way up to the 90s or 100s from Kush. And we can see clearly that Moose has no interest in scaling scientifically. He's investing primarily in military. Onagers. Archers. And we're going to power upgrade. We're going to power spike, right? So, really, no, he's going for the kill. This is a mid-game power spike, game-ending move. Oh! We have a Sentinel Onager that came out from Kuban, and it is heading south. What confuses me is that we had another onager up here, and I don't know where that went. Where the hell did the other onager go? Was it this one? Settler going north, which is not the correct direction. Man. You spot the ship. We're sending an onager down this way, great. But the settler that we could use to contest is going north. Man. Oh, man. I mean, yeah, a hero certainly would have been amazing. We have all the training in the world for it. He needs 1,200 wood for the upgrade. Thanks for the math on that, Aaron. And he's close to it. He's close to it. I think he'll have that in 2 turns. 2 or 3 turns. Forgive me while I snack. Yep, full speed ahead on the military. Let's take a peek at some cues. I'm not really feeling the treasury thing. Why do we need this on turn 60? What's really going on with that? Honestly, at this stage, I'd even rather a militia. At least you can body block with a militia, or someone to waste orders on it. Now we have raids coming from the Danes. I've had enough of these raids. Me too, Magnus. How do the Danes feel about you? Make truce. Influence. Put Zenobia. Diplomat Zenobia. Up, and I'm pretty sure that would be 60 plus 40 is 100, so 117 plus 30. I mean, at least they'd be cautious, so they'd probably go raid Bullmoose. Yeah. Warriors, onagers, chariot. 11 orders left. Get up here with this onager. Come on. Keep the onager moving in the correct direction. Settler in 3 turns. That's great. Museum in 1 turn. That's going to get us 100 science per turn on turn 67. Good benchmark for the long game. We just need to defend ourselves. Just need to defend ourselves. Bullmoose taking a step back for a moment, not going directly for the Numidian camp just yet. Is he going to wait? If he waits for his full system to be operational, that will be yet more time to give Magnus a chance to get this goddamn city site. Oh, man, this is killing me. Oh, man. I love watching this game get played so much. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. If there's over 30 of you in the chat, by the way, 38 in the chat. Thank you guys for all being here. Thank you for listening. Oh, yes! Some progress! Staging by the camp. This is certainly going to force Moose into action. And that's great news. Next turn, I really want to see a forced march onager into position. Really make this happen quickly. Get a chariot down here as well. We don't have any. Ooh, and we have a camel. Watch out, they spit. There is a camel in the field. That's good news. That's effectively a 9 strength unit on these tiles. Well, at least against horses. Otherwise, they're like a 6 or 7 strength unit. So that's still not a bad grab. Yeah, and of course, if you're watching after the fact on YouTube and you've made it this far throughout this game, I hope you've been enjoying the tension and me slowly but surely losing my mind around this one single city site. Because I really do think it's all going to come down to the tension of this one location on the map that both players have... Bullmoose clocked this, but he didn't go... He could have gone for this like 20 turns ago and did not. And Magnus, I mean, if Magnus just cleared this early with whatever he brought down here to clear, and his Majays that came out like 30 turns ago, I think Magnus would have smooth sailing defensively to close out this game on a point win. And Moose would have his work cut out for him. We have 1 turn left on the mass power spike. Still going to need to do more chopping sprees. We're going around getting any bit of wood that we can, even scrubs. I would be force marching at this stage, by the way. We have another fella here, worker here. More wood to chop. Yep. Another Acadian getting ready for that upgrade. Onagers coming out everywhere. This is going to be a massive, massive puzzle to deal with. And again, let's not forget, this is the all hills right here. Kush does not want Babylon to get in these hills. And I think they're both going to come start and working on this site at the exact same time. More chopping. Chopping sprees abound. Did Judaism get founded? That's a good question. No, because he hasn't repaired the ranch yet. He needs to step out and repair this ranch for it to get founded. I think that would be his second rancher. Where the hell is this rancher? What on earth? Where is that rancher? It's here. Okay, so he doesn't have a rancher. Maybe he only has one rancher. I think he only has one rancher. And it's currently pillaged. Okay, final site cleared. Raids coming up. No big deal. Wow. I really think we're going to come to a head on this site at the same time from both players. And unfortunately, since that's an aggressive action and not a defensive action, Bullmoose is in a way better position to actually take the site. Because Bullmoose is ready for, is going to be prepared for offense, where Kush, on the other hand, is needs to be shoring up defense, and he keeps getting distracted by these tribes. Yeah. Could be a horse pasture here at least, but a rancher. We did get museum up and running. So over 100 science now. Versus the mooses falling even further. 65 to 100. Really, really need to get this onager down south. Like, I cannot believe, especially with all this scouting, right? There is virtually no activity. There's no roading, there's no fording, there's no staging, there's nothing happening in the center of the map, and you see an anchor in your southern city. Where do you think your attack is coming from? Because all Moose needs is 2 ships. 2 more ships. There's an anchor already set up. 2 more ships, and Moose can go anchor, anchor, and then an entire army will be on the Kushite shores. Even ignoring the city site. And by the way, Moose has the ship. I'm speaking from the perspective of Magnus. Knowing this anchor is here, all you need to know that with 1, 2 anchors in these 2 locations thereabouts, a fully armed Babylonian army can make landfall on your coast. And yet, and there's a raid coming from here, which tells us that this site hasn't been settled. These are Danes. This is a Danish site. There's nothing happening in the center of the map. All signs point towards the Erythraean Sea being the danger zone, and Magnus has not picked up on it. Poor Magnus. I hope you don't mind me casting your games in the future. I am rooting for you so hard right now, but it's just hard to watch. Hard to watch. Getting our polytheism shrine spam up and running. Ooh. Did Magnus put down a pin down here? There is gibberish down here. Gibberish. Thank you. Yes. Yes. 2 spears. A boat. Staging. Scout more next turn. Please. Okay, here's the big round. Here's the big upgrade. Ooh, goods boost is a really nice grab for our Babylonian friends. A fully armed and operational Babel station indeed. There we go. Boom. 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 Here's one for the highlight reel. Boom. And this is death and murder. Death and murder waiting to happen. At this stage, whatever happens next, I want Magnus and everybody watching to know with my full confidence that I believe that Magnus could have prevented this attack and potentially won this game on a point victory. Fingers crossed that he can still pull it off, but props to Bullmoose. Bullmoose has his plan. It's come to fruition, and we can see the might of the Empire now. And I'm looking forward next turn to check out the military jump. Look at this military jump in general, by the way. But this is going to spike even harder next turn. So we'll take a peek in the next turn. And we have a fully operational Babel station with 2 anchors coming down, exactly what I pointed out. And now the Kush. Ah, there it is. It doesn't even matter about the city site. All of these things are going to be able to flood the coast. Boom, boom. What did I say? Unreal. Poor Magnus is going to have his I'm in danger moment. His entire army is up north. He apparently let the site respawn for some reason, which is awful. You got to get south, brother. You got to get south. Kush is not building his unique unit. Probably because he has no wood and no money. And he has no orders to spend on shopping sprees because he's clearing tribes. 8 turns on the Ishtar. Any other wonders under production yet? No. Really unfortunate situation for the Kush. Really unfortunate situation for the Kush. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 landing tiles. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially 5 units in force march range. But this is the exact reason why we wanted better staging. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. Now, I mean, but, you know, with the focus that Magnus has had up in the north, I wouldn't be surprised if he even misses this. It's happened to me, and that's not a knock. I've missed very obvious anchors coming to invade my empire before in network games. They can be a thing that you can miss if your eyes aren't focused on it. Can't forget about these oceans. This is a very common layout on this type of map, the arid large seas. Honestly, often it's normally narrower than this with the dual maps. But there's normally this one band that crosses these 2 seas. So you can shore up a very strong defense of this overpass. But it is crucially important to not forget about the seas, because even I have lost games on these maps because I'm shoring up my strong defense of the center and somebody just tile buys or anchors around me and my army's not in the correct spot to defend. Constant asks, what happens to a wonder if a city goes into anarchy, meaning it gets captured, the wonder gets destroyed? He let it respawn because he's flooding south. Doesn't look like it because he cleared it again. I think that was just I just think Magnus didn't realize it, the unit would step back onto the tile. 4 turns away from our own 7 laws, which is nice, but we're behind, vastly behind on tempo. We already have a strong city to... Babylon will have a second strong city soon. Yeah, this is gonna be dicey. I think Kush may very likely fold. There's no action happening down here. We will see in chat next turn when Babylon makes landfall and starts murdering things. Magnus is going to have a whoops moment. Yeah, I don't even think his eyes have come down here yet. He's spent almost all of his orders. We're going to see this scout move next. There it is. Oh, man, I'm so... That's funny. Man, there it is. There's the anchor. Now he's going to spot the anchor, and now we'll see the type. We'll see Magnus go, oh, no, wait a minute. Yep, now he replaced an onager. Hopefully he'll unlimber. Don't forget to unlimber. Don't forget to unlimber. 3 orders left. Also, I think this rancher's just going to get eliminated. I don't believe the units are even in range, but we'll find out next turn. We're backing off. We are inviting landfall. Okay. Well, sorry, we didn't even have the orders to prevent that, so that's not a bad decision. All right, back to Moose. And let's answer that question. No, they can't force march. They will need to stage one more turn. But the city's absolutely going to Moose, and the settler's ready to go. The settler's ready to go. The city will go to Moose. Nothing Kush can do about it. And now we're staging. Now we have more staging from the north. Boy. Unfortunate. Onager's also not unlimbered. Come on, Magnus. You got this, buddy. Still not over. Definitely not the battlefield you want. A bunch of hill terrain outside of flat terrain. I wouldn't even stage here. I would probably even just start retreating here and start staging. Getting my own. I have an onager in the capital. I have another onager somewhere up north, I think. So I would start staging outside of Kandruka. I would start forting outside of Kandruka. I would start forting up here by the Catalonia woodlands. I would start chopping all of this scrub. I would abandon this wonder. I would abandon this city. You need to rely on the strength of tactical retreating, and this is a situation where you do not want this entire hillside filled with Sumerian archers that you can't do shit against. So what Kush should be doing, we have massive staging here from the Purple Bull Moose. We have the tactician coming up. That's going to be able to land easily next turn. The correct play for all of those who are trying to learn to get better at this game, and of course for Magnus, in this situation, you have a scout. You can see some of this. Take your first action next turn. Should be a 1, 2. You'll see the whole thing. And then once you see this situation, you see the settler, you know the clear is going to happen. Your action should be to completely abandon the city. Worker, send up here, clear everything you can. Chop, 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 chop. Build a fort. Chop, 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 chop. Build a fort. Bring back here into forest. Unlimber. Bring up here into forest. Unlimber. And start migrating your units down. This is the battlefield that you want to defend. You do not want to waste an ounce of effort defending Kulubnari because you're just not going to be able to pull it off. There's no way. Also, another thing you can do in this situation, if you have judges lying around or civics, if you are going to defend a situation like this, you could take an opportunity. Nope, never mind, we don't have polis, but I would say this could be an opportunity to build a wall. But, yep, nope, we're going to see the settle. We're seeing all this staging. You need to learn when to abandon cities. We've seen this time and time again. So, yeah. Alcris says, Al Chris, I love you. You think he should abandon the city? I think he should have defended the city before. It's like, yeah, obviously, he shouldn't even be in this mess because he should have cleared this site and settled here. But now we're in the mess. Since we're in the mess, there's no defending Kalubnardi. You need to abandon this city. If anything he sends into this region is going to get obliterated by 8 Chimerian archers that are going to mount up themselves up on these hills. There's no way you're defending the city. And here's the thing. You have all this hill terrain going into flat terrain city, right? If you just jump back and onager up and fortify up these, you switch the battlefield to a bunch of hill terrain in your advantage into a bunch of flat terrain against your opponent. So absolutely, I 100% think the correct call here is to abandon the city. There's virtually no reason to try and defend it. You don't even need it. It's not giving you anything. Yeah, you're going to lose the Ishtar, but who gives a shit? The value of the city means nothing compared to the value of maintaining the fighting strength of your army. And most importantly, oh, well, that's a bad sign. We repaired this thing. Most importantly, giving yourself time to migrate everything down south. This city doesn't stop ThePurpleBullmoose from marching on your cap. You think this city's going to do anything? ThePurpleBullmoose is going to land here, obliterate all 4 of these units, and then whether he takes the city or not, he's still going to move forward. So all of the orders right now should be spent on staging back here. That way, yes, he'll be able to land next turn, but he'll be under potential threat and fire. The city's not going to stop anything. Just go around. Magnus... Does he have no awareness what's coming? Magnus has a note. Thanks for clearing this for me. Boy, Magnus. You're so screwed. Alcaris, he's building Ishtar here because it took 69 turns for Magnus to realize that this is a frontline city. That's why he's building Ishtar there. Magnus was worried about up here. He even forwarded in this location, which is not even necessarily bad, but there's been no activity in the center all game, and boats coming down south, but Magnus never had eyes down south. So he's been, and he just let this Numidian camp hang all game. So he's been completely unaware to the strategic necessity of this location. If this location was settled, forwarded up, and filled with a couple of onagers, there'd be no issue right now. You could forward all along the coast. There would be virtually no issue for Kush right now. And honestly, I think that one change in this game would have given the win almost definitively to Magnus. Because even with the 8 strength unit, it's like, how are you going to contend if there's 6 onagers on these hills firing to the coast, firing into urbans that you're trying to capture and take? This is such difficult terrain to cross if you don't own it. And Babylon is about to own it. Still not an unlimited onager. 10 orders left. We're upgrading spears. Okay. Let's see how much damage we do. Great. We do 12 damage to a spear on scrub. Damn, this really is a bummer. This would not at all have been an issue if Magnus took this site. Because these onagers... Yeah... Sorry, I'm just repeating myself at this point. But like this would have been the entry point for Babylon. So even if Babylon was able to blast this with Sumerians and take down the city, right? You're still going to get stopped in this tile. And then you have however many units adjacent and then a unit on urban, right? And you just blow them into oblivion with your onagers because it's going to be on an urban. And then you kill this unit too. And then you step on the tile. And basically... Kush and Babylon would just indefinitely be trading the city back and forth, even with Babylon having 8 strength units. Babylon would have to go around, which would then force you into the better defensive position that you're hoping for. But by not securing the city, man, I mean, these Kushite units are going to get obliterated next turn. Yeah, Aaron, onagers along the coastline, not even really difficult. It would be practically impossible. Because, again, you could put forts. Like a Byreme into an onager with a fort isn't going to do anything. Magnus had 70 turns to make this invasion point practically impossible to pull off. And just didn't see it. I feel so bad. Magnus, you've played a phenomenal game. If you rewatch this, I'm not trying to berate you. You played a phenomenal game. This responded again. What are we? Are we farming? Are we farming clear events? Okay, that's a strategy. You played a phenomenal game. You have 120 science. You did everything that you were supposed to do to play a greed, wonder spam, point victory game against a player who is going for a mid-game, end-game, 7-law power spike rush. Except, read the map and find the most dangerous point of entry for you. Because here we go. Here we go. A Hunter City. Immediately building an onager, because why not? But yeah, of course, right? And now, we have better movement for the Moose. Everything else about Magnus's gameplay in this game has been perfect. I think Magnus had a 100% chance to win the game. Well, maybe not 100, like a 90% chance to win the game if Magnus had just taken this city. But this is a game-ending oversight by the Kushite Empire. Scouts win wars, yes, but also intuition, I think. You know, we can tell by the Ishtar Gate being plopped down here. I really just don't think, for all the time in the game, scouting or otherwise, that Magnus just clocked that this was an entry point. But because that's the other thing, we eventually did see the anchored ship right here, right? And there was basically no reaction, no movement on the part of Magnus to course correct and, you know, read that this is a potential battlefield, even with the anchor down here that killed one of his units. So yeah, it's just a huge oversight, you know, whether it's scouting or otherwise. Oh, we have autonomous city? Yeah, there we go. That makes sense. Nice creeping forward. No real reason to rush in. Take our time. Take our time. We have 61 orders next turn for the Babylonians, so no real reason not to just creep up tile by tile. Get yourself into position. Get more onagers coming up. Oh, I didn't check the power score, by the way. Let's look at the power spike. Whoop! There it is. Leapfrogging your opponent. Look at that. Look at that beautiful... From turn 60, where we were 438 to 640, to turn 70. That's 10 turns, guys. That's just 10 turns. Jump up and leapfrog your opponent. 1,000 to 900. And that is a power spike. I love the scout next to the Marians as well. This is heralding your doom. In fact, speaking of doom, now is high time. Now is the perfect timing for a calamity to hit. So I'd love to see a typhoon damage all of Babylon, or an earthquake damage all of Kush. Just really bring it home. The sense of impending doom. We'll watch for the calamities. Whichever one gets the calamity that damages their side is who the gods will have favored the opposite side. So it's either going to be Kush getting slammed by a sandstorm or an earthquake, or it's going to be Babylon getting slammed by a sandstorm or like a hurricane. We'll see what happens. A hurricane, by the way, will cut out the anchor. You can't anchor across a hurricane, I believe. So that would be really funny to see. Buying Kush another turn, and we'll see who the gods favor. My instinct at this point is to say that they will favor Kush because the gods have been so kind to Kush throughout the game, trying to give them an opportunity to take the city, trying to give them a window of chance to just notice the threat from the heathen Babylonian Empire, but yet no dice. Magnus kept his eyes fixed in the north, even sending a settler up north. Jesus Christ, man. You got a problem down here. I mean, I guess he had a little bit of a problem up here, but... yeah. We need more onagers. We need this guy... I mean, if we're going to descend, we need to move up. But I still think retreating from the city is the absolute correct call. Just because this is so much... The Catalonia Woodlands is such a better battlefield for us. Chop, I would be clear chopping all of this stuff. Make it barren. And I would be onagering up on these hills. Clear chopping and forwarding. Now is the time when you see this level of staging, when you see this level of advantage. We have scouts. Where you see this level of advance and staging, this aggression. Now's the time for forwarding up. Now is the time for walls if they're an option. And, well, honestly, screw walls at this point. Your core is right here. If you lose your core, you're fucked. So, forgive me, sorry. I try not to swear so much, so I apologize. But yeah, now's the time to build forts in your borders and clear chop and create a battlefield that's favorable to you. And personally, I do not think this city is a favorable battlefield. Your units are just sitting here. Again, look at this. This is a tactician. 11 damage to a spear on a scrub. 8 damage to a slinger on a forest tile. Kush got 730 gold for a tribal clear event. I don't think retreat would make it over. Retreat would buy us time to actually wage a sensible war. Ah, nice. We're seeing forts. This is a really favorable battlefield for Kush. Kush would have... Right now, this battlefield gives hill advantage and that range advantage and also potential hunter advantage, right? Sentinel advantage, all to Babylon. If we abandon the city and we come back here... Toss in a couple... Oh, wait! We're actually seeing the clearing. Great. Awesome. Perfect. Not abandoning the city, that's fine. Buy us more time, I suppose. But if we abandon the city, clear chop all this, and fort and onager all up here, then that advantage swings in our favor. We have sentinel bonus on our side. We have open terrain on our side. We have forts on our side. Right? There's no real time to set up a reasonable defense for Kubnardi. And that buys us time... to basically, because look at Bullmoose. Bullmoose has an economic issue. He's now running out of wood. He has minus 18 per turn. You know, his economy's not like the most major, strongest thing. He's trying to crank out tons of onagers. He's got good stone for that, though. Yeah, you want to have your opponent crashing into you. Great question from chat. How much science is Kush getting from the ruler? They're getting 50 science from their ruler. So yeah, they'll drop down. What their heir is a tactician. Do we have any good generals as alternatives? Oh, let's go back. The generals as alternative. Archer the Prosperous. I mean, we have zealots and heroes, and yeah. So we have alternatives. All right, Babylon's turn. Let's kick it on over to Babylon. Yeah, Volva, that's another good catch. We have Compo coming down the pipeline, and we know we have tons of slingers lying around. I don't know where the hell they all went. But we did have... There's a bunch down here that are all going to get murdered. Yeah, so retreating until Compo. That would be another advantage. Sentinel archers everywhere. Yeah, I think retreating would be the way to go. We'll see how long it takes Bullmoose to crash into Kulubnardi, though. I think leaving his worker exposed was not a good move. Interestingly, and I actually like this, but interestingly enough, Moose is moving in with all the weak stuff first. Which is kind of neat. I like that. Purple Bullmoose note, next to Kulubnardi, I can hear Scion screaming about forts. I am, but not in this location, buddy. That is funny. Yeah, no. I think it's the same issue that we ran into in my game against Officer, where Officer was mounted a defense, but he did it in a complete wrong city. I mean, Moose is going to get the city anyway. So you're either going to give them a city, or you're going to give him a city and lose 5 or more units while it happens. So... I would rather just hand the city over. You know, you can leave a unit and maybe a scout in there to make it take a little bit of a couple of extra orders or time or whatever, but I'm a fan of the tactical retreat. Tactical retreat and then come back swinging if you can get yourself a little bit more time towards a better opportunity. We're building forts. Oh, you're going to do this super slow? That's great news for Kush, if you are. The gods favoring Kush once more, with more time. More time for the Kushites. Dude, at this stage, if either one of these players lose this game, they will completely deserve it. Like, if Bullmoose fails to get this attack underway, by the time Kush is appropriately set up to defend themselves, that's going to be 100% Purple Bullmoose's fault. And however, if Purple Bullmoose, here we go, we're coming in with a Cimmerian, comes in and starts blasting. Look, this is one hit dead worker. No issue there. Are we just going to take it? Yeah, if Purple Bullmoose comes in and starts blasting down Kush and takes him out in like 3 turns, that's also going to be 100% Magnus's fault for not recognizing the strategic value of Opus. So it's kind of funny. Oh, man. It's like both players' games to lose at this point. That's really funny. I love games like this. Alcaris and Ninja had a game like this last season where they both had the chance to win tons, like, or you know, yeah, it's really funny. Like, yeah, literally just more staging from the move. You're not even taking the free worker kill. Okay. Okay. All right, so here's what you do in this situation. You're going to do one of two things here. You're either going to force march this guy. Okay, we're force marching. We're chopping more. Okay. Then the last thing I would do, we're going to chop here. Now I would delete this worker. Because I'm a troll. I would delete this worker rather than take the opinion hit. Delete the worker. That's some hacks that you guys can do until Mohawk decides that I'm annoying enough that they want to fix it. But yeah, go on a chopping spree, delete a worker, and have fun. You get all the benefits of the chopping spree, none of the penalties from the fact that you're absolutely going to lose this worker next turn anyway. But I also find it hilarious that he bumped the tactician into his territory. This is going to come out of nowhere and shoot something. And Magnus is going to have a total WTF moment. Be like, wait, what the... Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, but really need to delete this worker. This is going to be a minus 40 opinion for no reason. Maybe Magnus forgot about that. In which case, that sucks. Will he be able to finish Ishtar? I don't know. It got 4 turns. I feel like Ishtar isn't really a wonder you can steal, right? Like, the main benefit of the wonder is its payoff. So I feel like this is the one wonder that you don't want to wait for someone to build and, like, steal it. Like, if this were something like silly, like a museum or the Yazakalaya or something like that, then yeah, maybe Bullmoose hangs out and waits for it to finish. Or, although, Bullmoose might want the points at this stage. So he could actually be waiting for it to finish. Because if you look at Kush, take a peek here. Kush already has, this is interesting, Kush already has 6 developing cities. So this Ishtar bomb is only going to level up 2 cities. So I could see Kush making a calculated decision here to just let, not Kush, Bullmoose make a calculated decision here to just let the Ishtar Gate finish in order to steal the points, which would be so funny if that's what we're choosing to do, because that's buying Kush more turns to defend themselves. Also, for those of you who were questioning whether you should abandon the city or not, look at this. This is a 13 damage to Spear trying to fortify. This would be Wow, is that just a really good general? Oh yeah, it's a really good general. Alright, so maybe I'm a... Should be another... Yeah, alright, so 2 hits and we have a dead spear. You know? So all of this stuff is just going to get obliterated in like 1 or 2 turns. And that's why I think it's foolish. Like, why are we even fortifying here? You really just get out of Dodge, man. Go home. Crazy, crazy time. We're running out of... We have 1 order left. Not that it cost orders, but before we end our turn, we're running out of time to disband this worker. You can't do it once it takes damage, by the way. So you can't troll your opponent into attacking you and then abandon it when it's under attack. Now Magnus is scouting. Now Magnus is like, wait, what's happening up here? Doom is happening up here. Rushing out another Cimmerian archer here. Building our citadel up north as well. So that's coming online in another 6 turns, which will allow us a different location to rush from. Any other strong... Oh, Eridu is now strong, and we're building a citadel in... A citadel in... a citadel in Eridu. There we go. Yep. A little bit late on the scouting there. Vision wins wars. Tons of notes all over the place. Hard to keep track with the noting, but it is fun. Babylon has... Well, let's look at the army. Oh, we're moving in for attack. We can look at the army in a second. Yep, here we go. Love that we're bringing in the trash as well. We finally did unlimber an onager, so that's good news. Okay, dead spear, and up we go. Oh boy. 60 orders per turn. Dead spear number 2. 30 orders left. Plenty of time to do more damage. Onager being unlimbered in a fort can... That's the other thing. The Onagers can fire on Kulabnardi, like I was talking about with the hills here. So we're putting Onagers up on this hillside. This is a horrible, horrible place to fight a fight for Kush. All the effort, all the time given to us in the last 3 to 4 turns should have been used backing up and picking a better battlefield. Because we're going to get like 1 Onager fire into the stuff, which I guess is a little decent. But we could have done that anyway, maybe. Well, I mean, I guess he probably would have taken the city in 1 turn if we had nothing else. But I don't know. Risky, risky trades here. You're going to need every unit you can get. You need every unit. Do not fight this battle. If nothing else, whether we should have retreated first or not, if nothing else, Bush should absolutely not try to fight this battle. Yeah, ThePurpleBullmoose's note is screw the slow fort positional play. I'm going in. Yeah, correct play there. I mean, you're just handing your opponent time at this point. You can see what they got. You have scouting. It's all quiet on the Kushite front. Excuse me. All quiet on the Kushite front. ThePurpleBullmoose is now stronger. It's going to be this wonder that kills it for Kush. I have a feeling that he's going to come in and try and defend the wonder, but he really shouldn't. He should back it up. Back it up, build your forts. Yeah, I agree. He shouldn't even attack with the Onager. He should back this Onager all the way up into his city and unlimber up there since it's already wounded. You don't want it to die sooner. But yeah, he should back the Onager up. This is what I was saying. This fight shouldn't even be a fight. It's just not the position you want. You still have worker turns with the ability. What on earth is happening up here? Bro. Are you going to throw away your camel? Because this is a pretty good unit. It's Danish, man. Are you cap racing? With 2 units? Bold move. I mean, he's just going to rush out an 8 strength unit. Oh my god. I don't think this is going to save the day, but let's take a peek at something here. I think I do know what he's doing. Unfortunately, they're all mostly Sage units. Yep, so it's not going to have any effect. This is a massive Sage army. However, in theory, these 2 units can come into Artisan territory, pillage tons of stuff, and that is going to cause the Artisan opinion to nosedive, preventing the ability to rush out units, causing rebels, and also causing a lot of damage. Reduction on units. Unfortunately, that's not really going to impact any of the units in the field because there's only 3 or 4 units in the field that are actually Artisan units. So, I think that's what we're about to see next turn, though. Burning stuff, yeah. Pillaging the citadels as well. Pillaging the citadels. I mean, sure, if you're going to send anybody on a pillaging run, it's absolutely going to be the Camel Archer. They can make it across the map in just 2 turns, regardless of what map we're playing on, because they're crazy fast. So yeah, Kush is probably going... That's even more accurate call. Kush is probably going to go pillage the citadels. Cool. Cool to see. And Babylon might not be wise to it at all. So let's see what else is happening in Kush with our orders. 17 orders left. No movement on retreating these units. Which is... I mean, I guess there's no point now. Although I really would have liked to get this onager... Yeah, this onager can get out of there. It really should get out of there. Put it in the woods or something behind these forts. Put your slingers, your sentinel slingers in these forts. Come on. Comp bow in 2 turns, so you want to be saving these slingers, too. For a potential archer upgrade. You guys need to learn how to retreat. I know it's tricky. And it doesn't always work out, but this is one of those things where you're either going to lose anyway, or maybe you can give yourself a chance. Fluffy, that was amazing. All right, cool. We backed up the onager. That's the correct play. Great. Good job, Magnus. Honestly, I'd probably even back up the slingers, too. Nice. Yep, abandon. Flee, and abandon all hope. Fluffy in chat says, 10% strength on your opponent is great unless you don't fight. Then, in which case, you are dead. Alcaris, probably. Babylon will only repair the citadel if he can get on it. If he sticks a camel archer on it, Babylon will need to spend units. Of course, there is a very lucky, fortunate spear in the background to go deal with that. But yeah, it could be a nuisance. Trust me, I've actually had the crazy pillage run happen to me, and it did cost me a game. So it is a viable strategy. It's just hard to pull off. Come on, get rid of this worker or delete it. Nope, there goes the order. Which is going to be more opinion. Learn to delete your units until Mohawk changes it so you can't. Embrace the cheese. My real goal in life is to have Mohawk delete all cheesy tactics from the game, so I will officially become bad at it. War Elephant finished in the capital as well. That was a bonus card, yeah. So there's going to be stuff up there to deal with the camel harass. We can food boost cycle here. That's probably the best thing to do. Oh, and we get a crit! So that's a dead whatever the hell was standing there. and a dead worker. I'm going to swap over to Cush's perspective while this nonsense goes down. Yep, dead militia. But this is the kind of thing that I was saying. If we were already staged up here with onagers and forts and whatnot, and this was cleared, which was what I was suggesting Cush do, think about how much chaos we could rain down on this location after the city falls. We could do a lot of splash damage up there. And maybe, yes, as on the advance, Bullmoose kills a couple of onagers or whatever, but I still think that would be a way favorable battlefield. And it's still going to be a favorable battlefield. If this worker survives, chopping spree around this location, really going to need to worry about Moreau, though. That's going to be a problem. Majay coming out. What is with the forums, dude? Is it just because we're broke? Start selling stone. Dump your stone stockpile, buy a bunch of wood. Ooh, nice. A little bit of Battle of Thermopylae style mountain pass traversing from the Babylonians. Setting up a little bit of a second front kind of harass situation up here. Very unfortunate. Very, very close game. Strong potential for Magnus on the long term. Strong potential for Magnus on the long term. Yeah, and look at all the staging down here. If we had taken our time to do our own staging with onagers up all up along this ridge, Bullmoose wouldn't have the opportunity to do this, what he's doing right now. It would be so much harder for him to advance. And we could have maybe held him at Club Nardi for a little bit. Oh, man. Moreau is also wide open, which would have been another reason to stage in this general vicinity around here. You have, again, these ridges, flatland, and yeah, there's a path directly to Moreau. And this is a great situation for Moose because it's now Cush's turn. We're doing some scouting. Here's the thing, though. This is basically over for Cush because Cush has only two decisions. Two things it can do. It can either A, pivot their defense to Moreau now, in which case everything likely dies because this isn't a strong defense anyway. And the Cushites lose the game. Or B, they can sit in place trying to shore up a defensive advantage, in which case everything of Bullmoose's force marches into the capital. Let's look at the training. There's 300... There's going to be 100 training next turn. So that's going to be 4 force marches that Moose can take. So let's take a look at how much damage we can do. That would be 1 hit. That would be a second hit. That would be a third hit. Yep. We won't be able to capture, but I'm pretty sure we can bring this city down to basically no health in 1 turn with force marches from our Chimerians. So yeah, this is the exact situation that we wanted to avoid. And yep, we've gone up for the pillage. This is way too little too late. A lot of orders to spend on pretty much nothing, really. And Moreau seems wide open. 20 orders left out of our 54. And no actions being spent on defense. Real shame. Real shame, because I genuinely believe that Magnus had the full potential and capability of holding out against Moose and winning this game with a point win in the long run. His science is top-notch. His econ is... it could be better. I don't know why he'd never built a mine all game. In fact, let's actually look at that. How the hell many mines does this guy even have? Nine mines. 1 iron mine. 2 iron mine. And the rest are all salt and stuff. I don't think he has a normal iron mine anywhere. He's building one now. A normal metal mine, I mean. Yeah, he literally just... In terms of iron income, he has 2 iron mines for the entire game. That's not ideal. But yeah, so some, you know, not so great efficient moves. But really, generally, I do think that if Magnus had just read the map a little better and realized the strategic necessity of this city, he would have had a clear and relatively smooth path to a turtled up eco point win. It would have been so hard for Moose to take this city, I think. And of course, this coastline with forts along this coast. So if you play these arid maps where you end up in this my side versus the other side, the middle is super important. Clearing your side is super important, sure. But the most important thing is to make sure that your opponent can't cross a damn ocean and invade your core. No, my broom handle is still intact. Thank you so much for your concern. It's fine. That's really funny. Nice staging from here from the invisible Cimmerians. This seems a bit much. I think Moose has all the training and all the orders in the world where he could have forced marched directly onto the capital. Yeah, and now he's scouting. Go south. There you go. The capital's wide open, brother. Oh, man. The game it could have been. The gods gave so many signs and so much time for Magnus to build monuments to their glory. But he did not look to the sea for the fury that is Babylon that came over the waves. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Yep, won't be long now. Won't be long. There's no, I don't think Kush even has the firepower to do anything about this army. The onagers can't unlimber. So to all of those people who wag their finger at me for not liking the Babylonian unique unit, you know, here's a situation where it is coming to fruition that, yeah, you can't move these units in and start attacking, so fair point. But ideally, we would have never been in this situation in the first place. Oh, man. All right, back to the Kush. Back to the Kush. I like how Babylon didn't care about any of this stuff up here. He did decide to react rush the archer. And of course, we will kill a worker here. Maybe. Wouldn't it be funny if there was like half a dozen camel archers and there was the possibility to come pop the city? I did that to Fluffy once. I still lost. But it's funny when you can do these like weird gambits. Let's see how we're doing on that opinion for the artisans. Yeah, we're fine. Politics, the artisans don't mind too much. A little taunting from Magnus. How do you like that, my friend? Unfortunate. I think Magnus will go on to have some strong games in the qualifying tournament. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a qualifying spot for the championship games. This was just a misread on the overall map situation. Otherwise, gameplay, I think he was maybe, didn't use his cues the best. Could spruce up his econ, getting, really don't want to ignore metal economy all game. I don't understand what's up with some players doing that. I think the value on stone is always ratcheted up so high that it causes people to ignore metal entirely, and I feel like that's a mistake. So there's certainly lessons to take away from this game, and of course, if you watch the cast after the fact, Magnus, I hope you take away some lessons. I hope you also take any criticism or teasing with the spirit of fun that we're all playing the game with, because you really did play a decent game. I really liked the wonder spamming. I thought this was a solid opener. I think your big mistake that I've talked about enough, not even the city site thing, I think you should have stopped clearing up here at Faros and maybe leave a police force to deal with raids. But I really don't think these cities have done nothing for you all game at this point, and relative the cost that it took you to invest into clearing them. So let that be a lesson for everyone, right? You really need a mindset of what your game plan is, what your opponent is up to, what they're doing, and what you need to secure your position in the game. Are you behind in science? Are you behind in, well, that's a bait. There's no way that onager's surviving, and so that's a bait. He wants people to come into this territory and kill a unit. But I'm pretty sure his capital is going to pop open next turn. Oh, and the scout's not even going to the scout's not even going to be able to kill. This is an invisible scout. So this won't even hold the city by the new civilian rules. It's going to get bumped right out. Yeah, the capital falls next turn. But yeah, it's a difficult lesson to learn that just because there's 11 city sites on your side of the map doesn't necessarily mean you need 11 city sites to win the game. Just because your opponent is out clearing and expanding you doesn't mean you necessarily need to match their pace in order to keep up or win the game. These cities, like I said, are providing nearly nothing to us, right? No science, no science, no science, right? And barely any civics. So delete those 3 cities from our empire, and our science rate and civics rate is almost the exact same as it is now. Which means, in terms of keeping up in the science pace and eventually overtaking with Bullmoose, who, if we hop on over there, is looking at only 100 science per turn. And obviously we overtook him quite a whiles back, right? As Kush, 3 cities did nothing for us. We didn't need to keep the pace. And also, when we think about build queues, right? If we invested more time, similar to Moose, in barracks, is more time into actually generating onagers and putting them into the most strategic location we could find, well then, Bullmoose would have come up to the city that we would have owned with a hill full of onagers that don't need to move anymore because they're all set up. Would have been a way, way, way harder game for Moose. So yeah, very, very important to understand. And we're all bad at this. I make the mistake. I think in my game against Zoffister, I actually expanded way too much. I think I should have played a tighter game, even with the Uezi. But you can fall into that trap of just wanting to keep clearing and developing and all that stuff. But eventually it comes a time where you should stop. Also, learn the cheese of deleting workers if you're going to do stuff like this. Because the cheese is in the game. So you might as well eat it. I mean, if you're going to throw away your workers, nothing wrong with running up for a chop or whatever. But just delete the damn things afterwards. Otherwise, you're just going to tank your opinion. Same here. We're about to see the same thing. Just delete them. But no, now instead we're going to take minus 80 and minus 40 opinion in these families. The game's over. I think Magnus is just giving ThePurpleBullmoose the luxury of taking his capital next turn, which is lovely. I love that sportsmanship. I've seen that in some practice matches where I kind of look at it a little differently. I'm like, why haven't you surrendered yet? And then I take the capital or do something, whatever else that I'm doing, and then they surrender. And I think it's a courtesy thing of like, well, you put all this effort into building this military and you've come all this way. So who am I to prevent you the glory of capturing a capital city with 4 wonders in it. This may very well be a first in general. No, we've seen a couple capital cities fall in tournament matches, but it's a very rare sight that we actually get to see an army breach and capture a capital city. The greatest city in the Kushite Empire, the jewel of the Kunlun Mountains and Maranjab Desert. Meroe shall fall to the filthy, filthy Babylonians. Unless you can't force march here. And then I'll just chuckle. Can you not actually take it? You goob. Why didn't you move all the way in and just take it? You goob. Way to kill the narrative. Yeah, complete disarray for the Kushite forces. Hard to believe that after 70 turns, you still got caught with your pants down, but here we are. Here we are. Oh, man. Oh, I love this game so much. I'm so glad you guys are all playing. I'm so glad you guys are all watching. 25 of you in the chat. There were 30 at one point. Means the world that we all get to be on this journey, that we're all in the hobby together. And, yeah, to all the players out there who let us cast and nitpick their moves and criticize or tease, immense appreciation. Honestly, I love this more than playing the game at this point. I don't think I've played an actual game of Old World apart from my tournament matches since the tournament has started. So, maybe I've played a couple practice matches, I guess, yeah. But, yeah, most of my free Old World time now is casting. So it means the world to me that I have the privilege of casting so many games. And, yeah, huge shout out to the community and everybody getting involved and making this happen because it's so much fun. And it's, yeah, it's incredible. All right, Kush's turn. Are they just going to end it and hand it back to Babylon for the win? Are they going to surrender? Are they going to try and kill some stuff? Babylon is only stronger. Well, the neat thing about Meroe falling, right, is that when this horse archer comes out, it will come out in the new capital, which might be a safer location for the horse archer to be generated. Boy. Really, though, great game. Great game played by both players. And heartbreaking game for Magnus. Because I really think he had it. And I was rooting for him. I was rooting for him. I knew Moose had a plan. I knew Moose knew what he was doing. It's always nice to root for the underdog. So, I've seen Magnus play. He's a good player. But it's always nice to root for an upset. I'm sure plenty of people root against me when I play my games. I know Solver does. I'm pretty sure most of Mohawk roots for me to lose when I play my games, to be totally honest. And I think they're sick of my shit. Oh, man. What's going on? How's the burning spree up north? Oh, our units are dead. Oh, no, our camel's still doing camel things. The rogue camel. Yeah, you can surrender. No harm, Magnus. Game's over. You did your heavy best. Yeah, there's no precision. This has been entertaining. Don't worry about it. Yeah, cool. So that's a good game by all. And that is the surrender. Impending surrender from Magnus. Any moment now. The concession Verbal concession. All right. Let me get my little software up and running, and we can post game with these guys. Thanks for the game. Great. Gonna hop in Hanging Gardens. And let me get my thing up and running. Captions. Cool. Surrender. And Magnus said, yeah. Okay, now you surrender. No, seriously.
Oh, I thought he was going to surrender.
Is that Magnus? Magnus,
Yeah.
what happened?
I don't know, man.
Oh,
I
no!
lost direction. I was going for the onagers. I wanted to build up my my defenses, but you know when the opponent's spearhead is too damn sharp, it's too damn sharp. Nothing can you can't really stop that. But I'm sure there's a lot I could have done differently. I went hard on the wonders.
Yeah, I think that worked out. I think, honestly, what disappoints me in this game is you played so well. I think your only blunder was focusing on the north and not really clocking the strategic value of the city site that now the Babylonian city of Opus on the coast there, because I don't think you were aware of the fact that this was the staging ground of which Babylon was going to invade your empire. Like, when you started building the Ishtar Gate in Kulubnardi, I was like, well, why would you build a wonder in the frontline city? But then that's the moment where it docked on me. I'm like, wow, yeah, Magnus isn't aware that this is a frontline city. And that's unfortunate, because I really think if you turtled up, you had a shot of defending even what we see here with if Babylon never got a foothold into the coast.
Hey, PBM.
Hi guys, what's going on? Magnus, GG's.
GG. Yeah, I've just been over here weeping over the catastrophic loss of my great empire of Kush.
Oh man, I the wonder spam. I think, did he set a record? Most wonders in a multiplayer match, or at least between before turn 50.
Yeah, I found myself getting surprised every time I came back to the Kush turn. I'd be like, "Oh wait, he built another wonder." So your pacing on that was pretty extreme, and it was all around that order shrine too. So it's currently a 7 orders generating order tile or Moreau. That's just pretty boss.
Yeah, I have to not take all the credit. I had a lot of help strategizing how to play Kush yesterday. Shout out to Boldus for taking the time with me. But he did not generate the mountains. He did not place those quarries. I love seeing my empire grow tall, and I think in a way I love seeing it fall just as much. It takes a lot of brain power to go and do that. So hats off to you.
It was a really fun game. I mean, right from the outset, I'm like, okay, this is a turtle strategy. I mean, the forts went down on the north choke pretty much immediately. So yeah, it was a really fun game. Tough, fun puzzle to crack. And yeah, Opus was a huge landing ground. Called that out pretty early, and I'm just glad it worked out.
Yeah. So my question,
definitely know for next time. Yeah.
So, question for you, Moose. I saw the pin go down for Opus relatively early, but you took probably another 15 or 20 turns dealing with Vandals. Do you ever think that maybe you should have just gone and secured Opus quicker, just in case? Because the big narrative and the big tension while we were watching throughout the game were all these different moments where it felt like Magnus kept getting more and more time to eventually try and turn his eyes down to this southern front, and realizing he had the really great opportunity to take the city. And yeah, so it felt like Basically, what was your thinking? Why didn't you go for there as soon as you noticed it was of high strategic value, and what made you want to clear the Vandals instead?
So I wanted to clear the Vandals. I mean, I had a pretty early Byreem, so I knew that if I saw him moving for the spot, I would be pretty comfortable to go over and at least contest.
Hmm.
And I didn't see his borders go down. When his borders went down, for the city directly south of Opus, I made sure to throw a scout in that area so I can keep an eye on any troop movements. So that
Yeah.
way, if he came through, I could contest. But I didn't want to show my hand too early. I didn't want to show my Byreem too early, and I would have always cleared the Vandals before doing a full engagement.
Hmm.
So as opposed to giving him an opportunity to realize what I'm doing, forward up, set up onagers, and further dig in on that spot, I wanted him to think that that was his site.
Nice. Nice. Well, yeah, it worked out. Because again, the building of the Ishtar Gate signaled to me that I don't think Magnus was aware that this was even a threat. And yet I was screaming the entire game, being like, "Oh my God, clear the Numidian site for the love of God!" I was losing my mind all game.
No, he successfully planted that brain worm. I was mind controlled out of focusing there. My tribes in the north though, like it was such a attention grab
Yeah.
away from that site down there. I had a truce with them. I expected PBM to go for the Danes. I should have probably been like, okay, why isn't he going for this? Well, what I was thinking was that he was using all of his orders to get the wood in the middle of the like no man's land. Which,
Oh
by
yeah.
the way, the fact that it doesn't have a city in all of these like maybe like 300 tiles it's kind of silly.
It's crazy. It's
I,
crazy. Yeah.
the only way we're going to get across to each other now, looking at the whole map, was it was Byron's.
Yeah.
I think I should have gone for that earlier.
It was always going to be Byreem's. Always has been. Yeah, I mean the Danes up in the north. There was a barbarian camp, not Danes but barbarians. It eventually flipped over to Danes, as you can see on my borders
Yeah.
next to my capital. But I never went in that direction because I never really felt like I had the need to. There was the Vandals all the way in the south, and I figured you had a pretty solid turtle strategy. So until I saw you push out to other um, Danes camps, and I had a scout in the water off the coast of your empire just to see if you were going to drop a ship in there at any point. And eventually, I just felt safe enough just to be like, okay, I don't have to worry about that side of the map, and just put all my pressure into the south.
I have a question regarding your chops. How did you feel the orders that were sacrificed for the chops impacted your overall uh, build up of your empire? Because I felt like, I usually save them for extra orders, but I'm not getting those extra orders. I've got things to do. So did you feel like you were getting set back from that? Like, I knew what you were going for, but uh, I imagine if you saw it through, yes, it would pay off. But in the middle, what were you thinking?
So that comes down to timing on a seven law push. I got to a certain point where I'm like, okay, well, actually, I mean, I had a little bit of a Greece hangover. I took the culture for granted in Greece and kind of just expected it to manifest inside of Babylon, which didn't happen. So I only ended up with a couple of citadels as opposed to like a full range. But inside of that strategy, once you get to a certain point where okay, culture's ticking up, science is ticking up, all I need right now is the resources to handle the upgrade. I can kind of sit back and relax. So it didn't feel like I was slowing down my momentum because I was done building up momentum.
I see.
There was no plan after this engagement. It was an all in. Either I crack the turtle or I don't. And if you fend me off at that point, then I am still Babylon. I still have a chance of cobbling together a good science game. But if you truly were able to hold on at every single one of those choke points, then I'd be set so far back that it'd be a pretty rough game and by like 120 turns.
Yeah, honestly, that's what makes it so unfortunate. Because honestly, if you look at the science graph right now, Magnus took the lead. He now has 110 science per turn, and as we can see in the graph, but also Moose, you're aware, you jumped up in science so quickly and rocketed to 7 laws. So there was one point where Babylon had something over like 1,000 science advantage over Kush. But if we look at the chart now, the total science invested, there's only Kush actually has 100 more science than Babylon now. So that's what makes it unfortunate about not really being able to get that read of the defensive and tactical locations of the map. Because honestly, Magnus, if you kind of like look at the top 3 cities and like consider their output of what they're actually adding to your empire, I think you could have not settled any of the top 3 or 4 cities at all. Maybe just truced or peaced. You actually were at peace with the Thracians at one point. You could have stayed at peace with them, I think. Sat on like 6 or 7 cities, fortified up these choke points, and I think eventually you would have gotten to a point where Moose would have slammed up against a brick wall, not been able to break it, and then you would have overtaken on the back half of the game if this game went to something like a turn 120 game or something, even with the city deficit, because eventually you could have cleared the sites later on if you needed to, or you could have just kept wonder spamming for points.
Well, you see, that's a learning point for me because there's a lot of pressure when you're hovering over your opponent and you see that they're erudite and they got one more city than you.
Yeah.
Your power might be similar or theirs is stronger, and you want to push for like equal tempo, and just like it feels like they're a lot more ahead if they have an extra city or two. So that's where a lot of the pressure is coming from, and maybe that's something that just from an experience angle needs to be adjusted on my end. But I think you're right, Sion. Those 3 cities up in the north, absolute waste of resources. I think it just sucked me dry. I sent all my units up there. You saw there was probably like 10 of them up there,
Oh, yeah.
plus my Magi's, and it wasn't doing much.
Yeah, it's certainly a
Those guys can
difficult
do,
thing
like,
to
the long
assess.
haul all the way back.
Sorry?
Because you got up to 7 laws yourself there at the end. So were citadels on the pipeline? Because you had some Medjais there. So how many did you really have in stock? I had to close out of the game. The end game music kept playing over and over again. I'll take a look at the graphs when I got a moment. But I was curious, like, how far away were you at turn 75 from your 8 strength unit?
Well, see, the
It's 7
strength
laws.
unit wasn't something I was going for. It just happened to be that way. But I found myself with the 7 laws, and I'm like, okay, well, what can produce these units right now? And I'm looking up, and I'm almost in the negative for food. I can't get these officers online, and even if I were to put 8 strength units or the the unique units in these cities after like 8 turns of a citadel being built, like I feel like I need to get the farms online first,
Yeah.
you know, and juggling that with everything else was very it could be overwhelming in live play.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely. Especially with
absolutely.
how big the Empire got.
And it's also a challenging map, I think. You know, if you're not used to playing on arid maps with the lack of food and the lack of wood, it can be very taxing if, you know, it's one of your first games or if you don't play in this kind of more harsher terrain very often. So, I mean, yeah, definitely difficult to manage. I think overwhelmingly you played a very solid game. It's just if I think the turtle wonder spam, like if you kind of came in with that mentality and really just stuck to like heavy turtle, probably would have worked out better because yeah, all the orders you spent on clearing, those could have been orders on chops or orders building farms, quarries, mines, whatever else, and gaining a very strong central core economy of only about 6 or so cities. And I think that could have been difficult for Moose in the long haul if he couldn't break into it.
Oh yeah, I mean absolutely, especially on that northern choke where you establish that with the forts very early. There was maybe one hill that would have been able to get into that you wouldn't have been able to outrange me on. So the rest of any forces I would go in for the attack would be running into a wood chipper. So there were definitely situations that if you threw in a little bit of a navy and you grabbed that extra site, it would have been pretty rough to try to invade through the south, to invade through that north choke point. I might have to have gone through the northern sea and tried to go in through the Danes at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, this seems like a good map for turtling, because I felt like that was a little true in my case. When I played this against Sean, I feel like it was a lot harder to crack into his side of the map than I was expecting. And that was also, I mean, I guess it was a different sea type, it was a jagged sea, but it was also the arid script. So maybe something to think about for future games, and other players who find themselves on the arid point symmetry script might be a viable turtle map.
I mean, shout out to Morotin. He helped me train up for this particular match on this map, so much appreciated.
Yeah, thanks, Morton.
Well, you know what, and that's fantastic, because you got advice from Boldus. Bullmoose got to practice with Morton, and that's, I think, the best thing about this whole tournament activity, is that it gets people playing practice matches and gets people playing and talking and engaging about the game. So huge shout out to everybody who helped our players practice for this match. And you both played very, very well. It was really cool to see the diverging strategies of like a potential eco turtle wonder spam strategy go up against a heavy timing attack. And I basically spent 3 hours talking about shoulda, coulda, wouldas of the ways where this could go in Magnus's favor or the ways it could go in Bullmoose's favor. And it was a lot of fun for me to watch, even though it was mostly a lot of build up for a very quick finish. But if you love this game, I don't know, watching the game is almost as fun as playing it, in my opinion. So.
Well, I'd like to watch this back to see if you have any advice for me. But if you could tell me when you start screaming at me, so I can turn it off beforehand, that would be awesome.
Who can say? I think
the first half. And
I don't know. My volume does change at some point, but I'll have to go back and timestamp it for everyone.
No, I'm just playing with you.
Yeah.
I love your casting style, and it's going to be a real hoot.
All right. Well, thank you both for joining in the post-game chat. I'm going to let you both go now. And again, very well played. I think you'll both do fantastic in the upcoming rounds of the tournament. Still plenty of Swiss left to play, and still possible to qualify for the championship for both of you.
Thank you very much, Sion. Appreciate
Looking
the casting.
forward to it.
GG's,
Thank
Magnus.
you. Yeah, GG's. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody, that's our cast for today. Thank you so much for tuning in. How much time do we got here, actually? That was a relatively quick game, right? 4.5 hours, not too bad. 4.5 hours, one session. Thanks for our players for sticking it in for the long haul. Turn 75 win for Purple Bullmoose's 7-law timing attack. Classic bread and butter strategy. A personal favorite of his. He mentioned how he liked to do it on Greece and did it on Babylon as well. We could tell that he struggled with the culture a little bit, kind of got himself into that Greece culture timing, but he made it work in the end. And Magnus, with a very, very strong wonder spam order boost in his capital, very strong capital in general with terms of science output, just needed to really focus. If you're going to do Titan Turtle, then focus on Titan Turtle. Eventually that means, scale back on the expansion. It's difficult to learn when and how we do that. I struggle with that. We all struggle with it. There's so many different nuanced elements in the game. So, yeah. Hopefully both players will take some lessons and tips if they happen to rewatch this cast and bring it into the next round. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in live. There were over 30 of you at one point, and there's 20 in you now, 20 in the chat remaining. So, yeah. Hang around, watch more tournament action, go on the YouTube channel of Old World, and follow along for all upcoming games or any games that you've missed if you're looking for more tournament action. As always, I am Scientific. This has been the Old World Community Tournament, and that's another win for Babylon.